Good morning, everyone. This is Ashley Becerra with the Office of Charter Schools. Welcome to the April 12th, 2021 meeting of the Charter Schools Advisory Board. I have been just keeping an eye on let's see. I'm going to mute you. If you're not mute, that might help with the feedback. Okay. I've been keeping an eye on the attendance, and it looks like I have Jamie Falconberry, Terry Stoops, Lynn Kroger, Hilda Parlay, Sherry Reeves, Heather Van Cannon, Alex Quigley, Todd Godby. Is there anyone else I am missing? Any other board members? All right, well, we have a quorum, so we will go ahead and get started if you are ready, Chair Quigley.
Yes, I am. I am ready and ready to go.
All right.
All right, we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. At this time, I will read our mission statement and ethics statement. The Charter Schools Advisory Board works to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. And our ethics statement states that board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the advisory board. Does any member of the advisory board know of any conflict of interest or any appearance of conflict with respect to any matters before us at this meeting? Okay. If during the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring the matter to my attention, and it'll be your duty to abstain from participating in discussion on the matter and voting on the matter. So again, for those who, if you do have a potential conflict or apparent conflict, please make sure to bring it to my attention. That can be done prior to the time that we discuss your school. And so we will, just want to remind everyone that.
So Alex, may I interrupt?
Yeah.
This is Todd Godby. So later, I will have a conflict when Glow is presenting. And I need you to tell me what I do or don't do.
Yep. And good reminder for all board members, if you have a conflict, well, we'll note that for the record now, Todd. So that's duly noted. Your conflict is noted. You will abstain from any discussion or participation. So you can just put yourself on mute and shut your camera off. That should be sufficient for the purpose of this meeting.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And while you're speaking, I'll take a moment to welcome Mr. Todd Godby to the advisory board, our newest member. Welcome. We're excited to have you on the team.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here.
Also want to, a little slightly out of order, but I want to make sure that we recognize a few of our board members who are moving on. We want to say congratulations to Joel Ford, who has been appointed to the UNC Board of Governors, and couldn't be more excited for him, but also recognize that he will have a lot on his hands, and so he will no longer be on our board. And so Joel, congratulations. I'm not sure if he's here, but I wanted to certainly recognize him in that appointment. And also, I believe Heather is here. And Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, is this your final meeting?
This is Alex, yes, and I've really enjoyed my time working with you all, especially when we were in person. I enjoyed the camaraderie and just learning so much from you all. And I regret this is my last meeting, but it's what's best for my family. And I know charter schools are in good hands, so thank you so much for everything, for your mentorship, everyone. And I look forward to seeing how charter schools progress and the future of charters.
All right. Thank you, Heather. We're sad to see you go. But I totally understand, and thank you for your service. You've been a diligent member, and we just really appreciate your work. Okay. All right. So moving forward, we'll take a look at today's agenda, so which Ashley has up in front of you. We are going to have a presentation from My Future NC, which we're very excited about. And then we will hear about our annual report from Ashley, have a brief conversation with Martez and Hill about NC Cyber, and then we go into some low-performing schools presentations until the afternoon. We will have an hour break for lunch. Today's meeting is a packed agenda, and so we will take a break at lunch and pick it back up in the afternoon, continuing those low-performing presentations. And then we have Ms. Julie Pittman from DPI present on educator engagement, which we're really excited about. We've got a few amendments. We're going to dig into the application, the renewal process, get an update on the access program, and if we're lucky, we will adjourn by 3:45. But today is a stacked deck, everyone, so strap in and be ready. It's going to be a day. And we're excited to kind of get through, but it looks like, if we keep things moving, we should be able to stay somewhat on time. I'm going to try to manage the clock well during our low performing presentations. Those tend sometimes to go a little bit long. But any suggestions or proposed changes to today's agenda? All right, hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Heather. Alex, a second.
All right. I'll take Heather as the motion and Sherry as the second. And so all in favor, we'll do a voice vote, keep it moving.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All opposed? All right, motion carries. And any comments on the minutes? And if we have a motion.
We approve Alex, Sherry.
All right, Sherry's moved.
And the other party seconds.
Bill was second, so any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay, Ashley, I believe we're ready for My Future NC.
All right, Jenny, whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, awesome. So good morning, everybody. Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. And I turned on my video, Ashley. Let me know if for any reason there, I should shut it down. But hopefully everybody's doing well on this Monday morning. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak with y'all. And so I'm the Director of Strategic Initiatives at My Future NC. We're gonna provide a little bit of an overview this morning, but really want the presentation to be focused on an update on some data work that we're doing on our local county profiles. I've got my colleague here with me today, Becky Tippett. Becky, I don't know if you just want to jump on quickly and say good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good to be here with you. I'm from Carolina Tomography. I'm the director there, and I'll be presenting kind of the county profile. We'll be focusing on Durham today just for top level overview.
Great. As most of you know, hopefully, because I believe Cecilia Holden, our CEO, came and did a presentation to the Charter School Advisory Board a number of months ago, but we're a statewide nonprofit organization focused on educational attainment as a result of a cross-sector collaboration between North Carolina leaders in education, business, and government. This was an opportunity, was started back in 2017, I believe, when President Margaret Spellings was head of the UNC system. She worked really closely with one of our big in-state funders, NC Belt Pylon, and the two of them brought together this very thoughtful, engaged, committed 46-member commission to help set a bold statewide attainment goal, which is 2 million North Carolinians between the ages of 25 and 44 will have a high-quality post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. The commission did work together for about 18 months. We heard from national leaders, in-state leaders. Prior to my work at My Future NC, I was over at the Friday Institute, and our staff helped to staff the commission, the listening tours. We really wanted to hear from North Carolinians all over the state about what was working well when it came to helping both students and adult learners find success in education after high school, and to really focus in on what the research tells us, as well as what we know through application and promising practices here in the state. The commission defined that statewide goal, and it was codified into law under House Bill 664, with really this vision to create a stronger, economically competitive, and prosperous North Carolina with opportunity for all. You see here we had bipartisan support. It was one of the few bills that really had a huge majority of support from both the Senate, the House, and the governor's office. And with this work, with this bill getting passed, some of our kind of the core in-state funders decided that they really wanted to transition, not just be a commission with a report on the shelf, but really start up a new nonprofit that would help move and continue to move this work forward. Next slide. To really establish and support a shared vision for attainment across the state, a collective approach to achieve our statewide educational attainment goals. So as My Future NC, the nonprofit, started its work, we really focused on the interventions and the promising practices along the pipeline, the education to workforce pipeline. So thinking about readiness, everything from early learning, reading and math, literacy and numeracy in 3rd through 8th grade, thinking about that transition to the post-secondary opportunities after high school, equal access to robust and rigorous post-secondary opportunities across the state, helping students complete either a post-secondary degree or high-quality credential depending on their kind of employment goals, their career goals, and then making sure that our education pipeline is really aligned with workforce. Next slide. So, My Future NC was established. We started hiring staff. As you all know, Cecilia Holden came and spoke with you all a couple of months ago. We've hired so far, my role is really focused on facilitating cross-sector collaborations at the state level. We have a core partner in Carolina Demography to really help us on the data-focused work that we're going to dig into a little bit today. As you can see, we have a very kind of strategic and committed board, lots of representatives from the top businesses in North Carolina, from energy, banking, agriculture, IT. We have CEOs and president of the NC Chamber. We also have the top sector leaders on our board, as well as some of those deeply committed philanthropic partners with the Goodnight, the Belk Endowment, and the Spangler and T.D. Spangler Foundation. We've been working this year to really kick off our work. One of the very first things we did in 2020 as we were established was pull together a My Future NC strategic plan, 3-year-long strategic plan. Really wanting to connect the vision of My Future NC around that stronger economically competitive North Carolina, to directly connect that to the stated goal, attainment goal for the state, articulate our organizational goals, the 3 green boxes about a shared vision, focus on post-secondary readiness, access and completion, and then education and labor market alignment. We identified 5 strategic responsibilities, and today we're going to be talking about strategic responsibility 3 around catalyzing and supporting local initiatives and how we measure progress. If you'll go to the next slide, Ashley. So with our data focused work, one of the pieces, one of the kind of focus areas of the commission was not just setting that statewide attainment goal, but they also identified 18 metrics along the continuum that were critical to measure and to monitor as we were to make sure we were making progress towards that attainment goal for 2030. So as soon as we were kind of established as a nonprofit, we recognized that one of the very first pieces we need to do was create an attainment dashboard that really looked at defining each of those metrics from a data perspective, thinking about progress, thinking about targets. Our partners at Carolina Demography have been a wonderful, engaged, responsive partner in this. So what we did is we took those 18 metrics, we reviewed research on best practices for data visualization, and then we convened an advisory board and really turned that around in a couple of months. The other piece of data-focused work that we've been doing, and this was a recommendation we got from our friends in Tennessee, so we've been doing this work, we've been doing this attainment-focused work for, over 10 years. When we asked what was one of their lessons learned about moving this work forward, they talked about these local county-level attainment profiles that they had developed. So Dr. Tippett and I and the board, the Data Advisory Council kind of really grabbed onto this idea. And we developed a prototype based on that Tennessee, on the Tennessee profiles, and wanted it to mirror, when possible, the data that was included in the My Future NC dashboard. We facilitated focus groups with over 300 participants with local education level leaders, education workforce leaders. So we had everybody from community college presidents and superintendents to chancellors, county commissioners, and other locally elected officials, and then representatives from business or the chambers or economic development boards. And we revised the profiles and shared those with county leaders first and then released them publicly last year. Go to the next slide. This is just a quick overview on the process that we used for 2020 and 2021. We're going to continue to do presentations like the one today and think about needed revisions. We also are looking at helping and defining local goals, like local attainment goals down to the county level for 2030, so we've been doing some work on that. We're going to revise the profiles and dashboard based on feedback we get from stakeholders. Our current timeline for the summer is that by July, we'll have revised profiles to share directly with local leaders, and then August timeline, we'll publish those on the website and begin some legislative focused webinars, because every September, My Future NC has a joint ed oversight report. Go to the next slide. So this is just a quick snapshot of our state attainment dashboard. I'll put in the chat the links, or Becky, if you could put the link to the dashboard in the chat, that would be great. And this is the state level dashboard. You see the 18 indicators, everything from NC pre-K to labor market alignment. And those are really help us think about what's going on at the state level. Thank you, Becky. She just put the link to that. If you go to the next slide. But what we wanted to dig in a little bit today were on these local county profiles. We wanted to make sure that as charter school leaders from across the state, that you all understand what these profiles are. And the intent of them is really about facilitating decision-making on local priorities to increase attainment by highlighting a county and regional performance and specific opportunities for improvement. We will note that on these kind of version 1, we did not include charter school data in these initial profiles. We are looking and would love feedback from you all about how we should include charter school data on the profiles going forward on the revised version. We've been fortunate to have the charter school office at DPI has helped us pull together some school level leaders from around the state to have some conversations about what this might look like. We had one initial meeting, and we'll be having more of those as we get closer to defining what those data points are. So today is really about helping make sure that you all are aware that these profiles exist. really looking for input about how we would want to include, I'm sorry about that, I have a new puppy, how we would want to include charter school data, going forward. And with that, I'll turn it over to Becky to walk us through the profile.
Great, so I'm gonna go ahead, I'm going to share my screen. Let me get. Okay, this is not, sorry, I'm not so used to the WebEx, so trying to figure it out still. Just one second. So where I'm going to be going is going to be this dashboard, the second link that I dropped into the chat. And, okay, so when you go there, this is where we're hosting all the county profiles. But we also have a bunch of other material here. So I want to emphasize that for the county profiles, we have a state summary PDF. You can download all of the attainment profiles in batch if you're interested in a few different counties. You can also access an FAQ. And if you're interested in kind of seeing all of the data in an easy to understand Excel file summary, that is also available here. You can then navigate this table to see all the various counties. Today I said we're going to look at Durham. So when you go and you look at Durham, I want to walk through kind of where we are now, and then Jimmy's going to highlight some of the changes that we've been considering based on feedback that we've been gathering over the last kind of 6 to 8 months. So one of the things that we really want to emphasize here is that this is a county profile. So for our communities that have multiple local education agencies, the data presented in this profile is going to be a roll-up of all of the LEAs in that county. And this is where we started with just the kind of district schools, but what we are having conversations about, and a big question for us, is how do we better also highlight the charter schools that we do have data for. So focusing on the top, you can see Durham County is highlighted in blue, and the gray area here represents the Prosperity Zone subregion. That is the geographic region that we're using for regional comparisons here, because that's the smallest area for which we have economic and occupational and employment projections. The regional approach that we are taking is one of the big things that we're considering revising in the current batch. So that's going to be something we might change. Note that we also were asked by county leaders early on kind of, well, who should we be comparing to? And so through conversations with county leaders and also in conversation with the rural center, we decided to use kind of the urban, suburban, and rural typology for comparing kind of pure county types. And rural counties are further differentiated by rural metropolitan and rural non-metropolitan. And so you can see here that Durham County's pure county type are urban counties, and it's one of 6 urban counties in North Carolina, which is in that top level box. We also highlight that there's one local education agency, and that this was last updated December 7th of 2020. So we do kind of have that printed date on there because sometimes we've had communities identify data errors that in their own data that have been corrected, and so we've revised the profile, so this allows you to always know what is kind of the most current version. The way that this profile is structured right now is that this top blue box is really an overview of what's going on in the county. We have the current attainment of the 25 to 44-year-old population, kind of the most current as of this version, the population, and then the 2030 population projection. We do have the K-12 schools in right here is the traditional schools, and then the sum of charter, private, and home schools. Based on those conversations with the school advisory board, the charter school advisory board, some of the changes we know we are making in the next version is to refer instead to district schools, and then to break out specifically charter, private, and homeschool as unique bullets for kind of school choice and school share within the county. Also have information on median household income, child poverty rate, and households with broadband. So that's kind of setting the stage for what's going on in the county. These next sections, we have building the foundation, ready for college and career, post-secondary access and success, and then the bottom, labor market outcomes. You can see how that aligns very well with the kind of state dashboard and the broad priorities that Jenny outlined earlier. And where possible, we did our best to align the profile directly with the state attainment dashboard. But that's not always possible because what's available at the state level or is allowing us to compare state to state is not always the same information that we have at the county level. But I do want to highlight where we have a very strong relationship. So these first 6 bullets here, NC pre-K in participation, college and career ready in reading, college and career ready in math, high school graduation rates, FAFSA completion rates, and chronic absenteeism all have a direct relationship with one of the 18 indicators on the state dashboard. So all 6 of those things are also measured directly on the state dashboard, and there's a state level goal that was set by the My Future NC Commission, and so that's where you're seeing this comparison to the goal. We have additional contextual information here on things like low performing schools, schools meeting or exceeding academic growth status, AP course participation, career and college promise participation, and career and technical education concentrations earned. So when you go down to this next set of bullet points, this is where we have alignment with the state dashboard, but it's not precisely the same measure. So I want to highlight here that these 3 bullets here are unique to these profiles. These data points represent high school graduates matched with the National Student Clearinghouse. So this is kind of a national perspective on college going persistence and completion. That is again unique to My Future NC. We have similar measures on the state profile, but they are not the same measures. They're kind of a statewide level of individuals who enter our state's institutions, whereas this is a specific measure of success and outcomes among students from these counties. So moving away from that, you'll see that as we moved away from what was directly on the state dashboard, we're now comparing not to a goal, but to peer counties. So here we're seeing Durham being compared to the other urban counties. And as we move out of this, we're moving away from a county-specific approach and into more of a regional approach. So as we move into post-secondary, we're moving out of just the county because not all counties have a post-secondary institution. And we're starting to talk about post-secondary institutions and the labor market, we're looking more at regions. So here we're now moving to the Prosperity Zone sub-region. And these 3 data points here, the apprenticeship NC participation, basic skills, and continuing education, those are all unique data points provided to us from the community college system. We have additional context over here on things like student to school counselor ratios, disconnected youth, and then here these labor market outcomes, these are all coming from the Department of Commerce. This first bullet points from the NC Tower database, which is based on the Common Follow-Up System. This middle section here, again, I want to emphasize is unique to these profiles because this is a custom data analysis done by the Labor and Economic Analysis Division at Commerce, and it's looking at the alignment between post-secondary degrees conferred by regional institutions and the jobs that are existing in the local labor market. So the closer that number is to 100%, it means that a higher share of students who graduate have skills that are in demand in the local labor market, so they don't need to leave to get a job, while the higher number that is for employers means that they don't need to recruit from outside the area as much to fill their vacancies. We also have some information on job openings based on the most recent round of occupational projections from Commerce. And the bottom point here, these opportunities for growth have been probably one of the most important things for our county leaders because here's where we're looking at where Durham County is and how it's performing compared to its peers on a set of metrics and the metrics that we've shown above and where there's the greatest relative opportunity for improvement. So for Durham, that was compared to other urban counties. They had the greatest opportunity to improve relative to those other counties on math performance, reading performance, and then actually transitioning into post-secondary. So that's that front page. On the back page right now, we have information on the largest post-secondary institutions in the Prosperity Zone subregion, their total undergraduate enrollments, and the share of students who graduate or transfer to another institution within 8 years, which is considered a very good metric for being able to compare community college outcomes and four-year college outcomes kind of in the same table. And then the last thing that we were really proud to be able to include here is what we're calling a local cross-sector promising practice, where there's something going on at the county level that's kind of bridging sectors to try to improve post-secondary attainment and labor force alignment across the continuum. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm happy to take any questions in the chat. I'll turn it back over to Jenny to talk about kind of where we're going on this update and refresh.
Great, thank you so much, Becky. And I'm actually, we've been collecting, trying to collect those local promising practices through a survey. And so I'll put that survey link directly into the chat. If you all have any local kind of cross-sector promising practices that you all know about, we're trying to create like a searchable database to be able to share what's working really well across county lines, and think about how they can be tagged by different places along that education workforce pipeline. So as Becky mentioned, we are working right now to finalize the updates we've been working for a few months really to identify indicators under consideration for the updated and revised profiles. So in addition to working with the charter school community about which charter school data points might be good to include on the profile, some other indicators under consideration include unemployment rate. There are a couple of pieces we've heard from economic developers that the profiles would be more useful to them if they could, if they had a couple of additional data points around unemployment rate, potentially a housing cost indicator, average or median wage for that county. Another one is recent population growth. We've also been talking to them about a commuting or migration pattern indicator that we could potentially put on there. Civic engagement. It really is about like the economic health of these counties. Becky and I have also been meeting with the workforce boards and thinking about, are there additional data points that we could include that would elevate and kind of shine a light on the work and that link that the workforce board and our career centers provide in communities to help get people back to work, to really address some of that unemployment that we see at the county level. So we're thinking about number of people served by either basic career services, or education services by those career centers. And then another piece we've heard is also from economic developers is this notion of the cost of college. That as an organization focused on increasing attainment, that one of the pieces that we need to include potentially is information about what it costs to go to college in North Carolina. All right, the next slide. Also a piece that we know we're going to need that will change kind of what the profiles look like are some of the COVID-19 impacts on data. So these are some of the data points that could be impacted or likely be impacted that we won't be able to include on the profiles for 2020. One note is that Becky mentioned is as part of the My Future MC Commission, we did a longitudinal data pull from the National Student Clearinghouse for 8 years of data for our public school students that really showed and tracked them longitudinally into post-secondary. And so we are looking to do another National Student Clearinghouse data poll, which would allow us to update that part of the dashboard. That would allow us to think about, are there other potential uses and ways to share that data with the education and workforce community in the state, and then also updates to the local profiles in that one section that Becky mentioned. All right, in the next slide. And also Carolina demography, one of the pieces of feedback we've heard is that they would love for the data to be less static. Are there ways that they could interact and be able to cut the data by gender, by race? And so Carolina demography is working on this County Explorer tool, which would include all the data that we have on the local profiles and allow you to make it more interactive through something like this Explorer tool. And I think finally, so so we'll just wrap up with that. Becky, I saw we had some questions coming into the chat, but I don't know if you wanted to jump on also. That's, Becky and I will certainly happy to respond in any way by email, but also depending on the time, here, Quigley and Ashley, if you guys want to open it up, if there's time, I know you all have a tight agenda today.
This has been an excellent presentation and just a trove of information, really helpful. I'll open it up for questions from the group.
And I'll go ahead and just, in case anybody hasn't been monitoring the chat, one of the great questions that came in was, when we're talking about the progress towards the goal, does that currently just include kind of that excludes anybody who's not in the district school or kind of the local education agency? And that is correct. So our big question right now is how can we better incorporate charter students and their outcomes in this profile? We've received a couple of different thoughts, and it's a bit more challenging than just the LEAs for a variety of reasons. And that's something that we're really grappling with, how to do well and how to do appropriately for this update.
All right, great. Well, I'm sure that I think the quiet indicates you all delivered a ton of information that was really helpful, and I know that's the way I feel. This is really great, and you all are doing excellent work that I think is really informative and important for those of us in the church sector and the education sector more broadly. So thank you for this work. Thank you for taking the time to present with us today. And again, I'll give, if there's anyone that wants to jump in with a question. If not, we'll say thank you and move on. We are already tracking about 3 minutes behind already, so we're gonna keep it moving. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you guys so much. And, Becky and I are really open to, obviously, we want these profiles to continue to be useful and used by local leaders. So really excited about this partnership with the Office of Charter Schools to figure out the best possible way to be responsive to the needs of the charter school community and engaging and including that data. So happy to have follow-up conversations with anybody that's interested in doing that, and really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you so much.
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave Michelle. I can just make a few comments. We do have a focus group of charter leaders across the state that's working with Jeannie and her team, and we appreciate her reaching out to us for input because charter schools enroll students from multiple LEAs. How do we exactly codify this data? And these were our discussions on it. And one thing that we talked to our leaders about was this isn't a tool to compare charter school data versus traditional public school data. It's how do we include the charter school data in the county that we're profiling so our student data is in there. So this is exciting work, but it's also very challenging, and we appreciate this cooperation that we have with Jenny and her group, and we look forward to our focus group to meet some more times for more input. So thank you, Jeannie.
Thanks, y'all. Have a great day. I know you have a long meeting.
All right, thank you. I'll hand it over to Ashley to take on the annual report.
All right, everyone. Good morning. I'm really excited to present this year's Charter Schools Annual Report. Let's see. All right. We have a lot of ground to cover, as you can see here. I will stop periodically and see if there are any questions, but feel free to unmute yourself if you'd like to interrupt me. I will not be monitoring the chat, so I can see the full screen, so I won't see any questions there, but feel free to ask, and then of course at the end I will stop for questions. So let's take a look at the background of this report. As you all know, in 1996, the Charter Schools Act was passed, which established a system of charter schools with 6 specific purposes for that entire system. And you are all well aware of these purposes because we kind of dig into them when we're looking at charter applications. Within that legislation was a reporting requirement. And up until this year, that report had been due on February 15th of each year. This year, it is now moved to June 15th and for each year going forward. Which is, so this report kind of covers a little bit more time than past reports. But there are 4 required components of this report. One is the current and projected impact of charter schools on the delivery of services by public schools. 2 is academic progress in charter schools. 3 is best practices from charter school operations, and then any other information that the state board considers appropriate. So if we take a look at the current charter school choice and demand within the state, as of October 1st, 2020, we have over 126,000 students enrolled in charter schools. Self-reported data from the charter schools indicate that 78% of our schools have a wait list, and totaling nearly 76,000 students statewide. As of today, we have 200 operating charters in the state, and for this current school year, district schools saw declines in ADM for all but 1 grade level, whereas charter schools saw increases in all grade levels. So let's switch gears and talk a little bit about charter school authority and oversight. Article 14A, which is commonly referred to as the Charter School Act, assigns the State Board of Education the sole authority of charter school oversight in the state. State Board is assisted by you all, the Charter School Advisory Board, and then the Charter School Advisory Board is assisted by the Office of Charter Schools. CSAB and OCS were both created through the charter schools legislation. This is our current CSAB membership. As you can see, there are several members that have asterisks next to your start terms. That is because we have several of you are currently serving terms that were filled by a vacancy. So that means that the person before and in your term is not that full normal 4-year term. Terms are normally 4-year terms, and no member can serve more than 8 consecutive years. All right, the Office of Charter Schools. So our mission is to sustain the success of quality charter schools through operations, compliance, and support. We are currently staffed by 6 consultants, a program assistant, and then Mr. Machado, obviously our executive director. The way we manage our work is we have, currently we have 10 different workflows, and each consultant is assigned to lead at least one of those workflows, and then every consultant also assists in several other workflows. Currently, these are our 10 workflows. We are currently supporting 200 charter schools. 19 schools are currently in the ready to open or the planning year phase. And then each year we also are supporting our applicant boards. And obviously that number fluctuates each year depending on the number of applications we receive. For this report, I did go back and look at the history of some of the staffing in our office. And you will see here, this is a kind of a telling graphic showing the growth of charter schools and then the average number of staff we have each year. So in addition to our 10 workflows, we obviously have the NC Access program, which I'm just going to speak briefly about because they do an annual report each year for you, and then you hear monthly updates. But as you know, this is a grant through the CSP, which goal is to increase the number of educationally disadvantaged students being served by charter schools. Currently, we have 42 charter schools across 21 counties that have received sub-grants. a really quick look at our first year stats, and the NC Access team had 6 schools which enrolled over 250 additional educationally disadvantaged students and increased the racial diversity of their charter schools. Every NC Access sub-grantee school will utilize a weighted lottery, which I will speak about also later on in this report, and they provide transportation and a lunch program to ensure that the needs of those students are met. And then finally, a big component of the NC Access program is what is called the Access Fellowship. So this will eventually become a cohort of 160 charter school leaders who have completed the fellowship. In addition, the NC Access program has invited visiting fellows, which are school leaders from charter schools that don't qualify for the sub-grant but could use the training and development. And then in addition, they have invited fellows from Restart schools from the Restart program within the state of North Carolina. They have also started an Educational Equity Aspiring Minority Leaders program in conjunction with Appalachian State University. And they offer a professional development program, which is really great. They offer free, high-quality professional development from speakers across the country. And it's offered free to all charter school leaders, teachers, and staff. So hopefully that gives you a little more insight into our office. At this point, are there any questions? Anybody have something they'd like to ask? All right. So let's move to accountability and the performance framework. This year we decided to, instead of doing a separate performance framework report, we decided to integrate it into the annual report, which we feel makes more sense. So charter schools are held accountable to their students, their families, their staff, and to North Carolina taxpayers through a complex system of statute, rules, policy, their charter agreements, and then our office, CSAP, and State Board, along with other DPI divisions, work together to ensure things are in compliance through academic monitoring, performance framework, the renewal process, and then closure and termination. So when we take a look at closure and termination, at the conclusion of the following year, we actually had 2 schools close, and following this presentation, I will revise this. But we had Ignite Innovation Pitt Charter School, and then we had one school that also relinquished its charter, and that was Blue Green Academy. They were only in their first year in Forsyth County. So charter terminations and closures can fall into 4 categories. We have relinquishment, which is where a charter school voluntarily gives up its charter, assumption, non-renewal, or revocation. Since 1998, there have been a total of 76 charter terminations. The 76 includes schools that were in operation, and some that may not have ever been in operation because they were in the planning phase. This gives you an idea of those numbers. We had 10 non-renewed, 17 were revoked, 48 have been relinquished, and we had 1 assumption take place. Performance framework is the means by which our office monitors the academic, operational, and financial goals of charter schools and their compliance in alignment with the state board's statewide strategic plan. So the performance framework began in 2014, and you can see here it's very telling that charter schools have really improved their compliance measures. The actual process of performance framework and how we do it in the office, I think, has obviously also improved greatly over the years, which has assisted the schools. But as of this last school year, we had 98.9% of our schools meet or exceed all financial and operational goals. This breaks down the 3 different sections of performance framework. So you can see operational, we have exceeding, meeting, or not meeting. renewal, where all the schools exceeded standards. And then financial, a school either meets compliance or does not meet compliance, in which case they are placed on financial non-compliance by financial business services within DPI. We usually also have academic data, which comes from accountability, but as you know, because of the pandemic, we don't have that new data. And just to kind of give you, I think, an idea of the complexity of this and kind of the scope of this, for this year's performance framework, our performance framework team in the office reviewed over 3,700 documents, which can range from anything from, a conflict of interest policy to a fire inspection report. And we utilize our software platform Epicenter to assist with that review and collection of documents. All right, let's take a look at charter growth. So you can see here that our first schools opened in 1997. The cap was lifted in 2011, and if you look at the graph here, you can really get an idea of the growth that we have seen since that cap was lifted. We now have 200 schools, and next year we have, I believe, 10 more slated to open. So honing in on this year, we had 7 new schools open, 10 are scheduled to open in the fall, and we received 25 new charter school applications, 3 accelerated approvals, and 5 standard timeline approvals. They were just approved last week at State Board. We also went back and took a look at our historical data on charter application trends. And you can see here that there's a great deal of variance in terms of the number of charter school applications. We've had a high of 71 applications, which for those of you who just recently finished the interview process, I'm sure you cannot imagine 71 applications, to a low of 6 applications. And the State Board approval has tended to stay fairly relative, but the average of their approvals is about 25%. So about a quarter of the applications that are received each year are approved by the State Board. All right, for demographics, for this year we went back and wanted to look at some of the trends over the last decade for demographics. So we have schools, obviously, from the coast of Carolina to the mountains. We have 65 counties that have brick and mortar charter schools. 198 of our schools are brick and mortars and 2 virtual schools. And both of the virtual schools have headquarters in Durham County. If we take a look at the demographics for 2020, between charters and LEAs, you can see that they're fairly similar, with the main exception of the Hispanic population is where we see our biggest differences, and the white population. Now these are the trends for just charter schools. So this is looking at charter schools from the last decade. For our American Indian populations, the number of students enrolled in charter schools has declined. That is also seen in our traditional district schools, so it's mirroring what we see in statewide in public schools. The Asian population has increased in charter schools. For our Black population, there's been a little bit of variance, as you can see, although the last several years has been a steady increase. The Hispanic student population enrolled in charter schools has increased pretty dramatically. This is certainly in line with state numbers. If I pull up, I do have the state numbers, and it's quite dramatic, the number of the increase in the number of Hispanic students from 2000 to 2017. The state has seen an increase from 4.4% of public school students identifying as Hispanic, and the last date I have is in 2017 of 17.5%. I would imagine it's even higher today. For our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander, again, this is a very low percentage and, a little bit of variance. 2 or more races over the last decade has certainly increased in charter schools. And the white demographic has decreased. So in 2010, we saw over 62%, and in 2020, just over 51%. Now, if we look at some of our specific populations within charter schools, this is our percentage of students with disabilities. This has also remained fairly stable. As of October 2020, there were 10.20% of students were identified as students with disabilities within charter schools. English learner population has increased as well. And then this is our percentage of charter schools identified as economically disadvantaged. So this has really changed, has kind of varied over the years. We had a high of over 31% in 2017, and then a low just the following year of 21.49%. I speak more about this in the annual report itself, but this is an issue that continues to come up not only in our state, but there is some good reporting nationwide. There's a really good report that I've cited in the annual report from, I believe it's the Learning Institute, and it really just speaks to the difficulty in accurately identifying the socioeconomic status of students. And many of our charter schools have stated that their members are underrepresented in, actual data reporting with the state and with the federal government. So this is something that is, that DPI is working on trying to improve. That is something that really, I think, nationwide states are trying to accurately determine which students are economically disadvantaged, so those resources can flow to the students and to the schools that need them the most. But these are the numbers that we have available through our CDERS data reporting system.
Ashley, can we just go back to that? Do you attribute is that kind of what you're saying, it accounts for that significant drop off from 2017 to 2018 is when the direct cert became the primary criteria, and the other representations were, for lack of a better word, disqualified. Is that because there can't have been there was not a seismic shift in the actual student populations, that would be huge, and there just weren't even enough schools opening in that year for that to shift that dramatically.
Yeah, when I was reading some of these other reports, many states, when they switched over to direct certification, saw a dramatic decrease in the number of students that were considered economically disadvantaged, and a lot of the nationwide data also is just, the problem with direct certification is that it can mask, the actual rate, because many families will not, they either don't know how to or they won't apply for certain services that would qualify them under direct certification. So a lot of states that have done research on the issue find that, they might have only a quarter of actual eligible families that would be considered low income applying for the type of services that would be kind of routed through the direct certification data. And so that's kind of the issue that states fine, is it's just, it masks the true eligibility of families, and there's a number of reasons why that happens. But I'm guessing here that is the, I don't know exactly when we moved over to direct certification, I can find that out, but I'm fairly certain that's why we would have seen that drop.
That's
Alright.
it.
The charter school, so when we speak about talk about charter school access, we usually talk about three different things. We talk about admissions, we talk about transportation, and child nutrition. So weighted lotteries have become much more prevalent within the state, and you can see between 2013 and 2018, we only had 6 schools that had weighted lotteries approved, and as of March of this year, we have 42 schools currently approved, and there's always several that are also kind of in the pipelines as we work through the process of kind of crafting the policy and helping the school understand the process. For transportation, as you know, there have been a transportation grant, which is no longer in effect, and helped charter schools with the immense expense associated with transportation. That is no longer here or in effect, but we still have many of our schools providing bus transportation. So over half of our schools do provide full bus transportation. Another 65 have some type of coordinated carpool or some other type of transportation, and then 24 have reported that they don't provide transportation. Of course, if a student is required to have transportation through an IEP or something like that, those things are provided, and any school whose family or whose student has a need will be provided for. When we take a look at child nutrition over the years, there has certainly been an increase in the number of schools that are using the National School Lunch Program. So currently we have 73 that are approved. We have 3 schools that provide a full meal program, but just self-fund it. 80 schools provide a reduced price lunching system. 11 schools report that they provide lunches as needed for specific students. And then 30 schools stated they do not provide child meals. All right, for academic performance, as you know, we do not have new academic data. However, the legislature this year stated that any school that had been previously deemed low performing or continually low performing is still considered, still has that designation and is required to do certain things like submit school improvement plans, and notify parents and those sort of things. And so as a reminder, low performing is a charter school with a D or an F performance grade and met or not met growth. Continually low performing means that at least 2 of those 3 consecutive years, that school was low performing. In 2019, I gave a presentation on the last school data we have. So and as well as the last annual report would have the kind of a rundown, the in-depth academic data that we had at that time. We have no new data, as you are all aware of. However, our low performing school kind of numbers have changed because since the time of the last report, 3 of our schools have been closed and 1 is pending closure. So where we had 47 schools as either low performing or continually low performing, we now have 43 schools. 35 are classified as continually low performing, but 5 of those were not low performing in the last year that we have academic data for. Often when we see that, our hope is that they will not be low performing that next year and then they can get off that CLP list. And we have 8 schools that were classified as low performing but were not CLP, which means that perhaps they had a low performing year but they didn't have that trend of being low performing. So in lieu academic data that we would normally present, we decided to do a survey of our charters regarding pandemic-related instruction. And we had some interesting data. Some things I think that really show how charter schools pivoted and met the needs of their students, which perhaps is a reason that charter schools saw such increases in enrollment while district schools struggled with enrollment this year. We had 61% of our charters state that they collaborated with either other charter schools and or district schools. So this could be in terms of helping with meals, doing wraparound services, and other things that were, families greatly needed during the pandemic. 98% of our schools distributed devices for remote learning. 77% provided internet access and assistance. And this really ranged from everything from hotspots to community like Wi-Fi buses to actually providing reimbursement for internet bills. 89.5% of our schools provided a combination of asynchronous and synchronous learning. And 97% of our schools provided regular academic and personal check-ins with students. So everything from, attendance check-ins to how they're doing academically, to providing for the really important social and emotional learning of those students that, were dealing with the effects of living through a pandemic. And then 70% of our schools provided tutoring and interventions during the remote learning period. So the impact on districts. This is a required component of the report. And we find that for the 19 to 20 charter school, for that year, charter school average daily membership was 7.5% of the state's total ADM. Of the $10.37 billion in state funding for public education, 7.5% of it was allotted to charter schools. If we look at the regions that are seeing the greatest numbers in terms of the percent of LEA students attending charter schools, these are our top 15. In the appendix of the report, there is a full list of every region if there's somebody that is interested, of every LEA. What you'll notice here is that they are predominantly rural counties with the exception of Durham Public School. And this is public schools, that system, and that has been the case really for several years, looking back at past reports. If we look at the district membership regionally, based on the State Board of Education districts, you can see that Region 6, which includes Mecklenburg and Union County, is the highest percent of LEA's ADM enrolled in charter schools. And then the other one is District 3, North Central, which includes Wake and Durham counties. In the report, there's much more data about impact on districts. One report that was released just recently, I believe this year or last year, regarding the fiscal impact on charter schools, and in North Carolina, what that report found was that when independent charter school market share increased by 10 percentage points, total revenue per pupil in traditional public schools increased as well, and total spending increased. In terms of collaboration, we've talked a little bit about the collaboration that schools had with district schools during the pandemic. In addition, we've seen really kind of robust collaboration in certain programs, and one that is highlighted in the report is the collaboration between Ashley Park Pre-K to 8 school, which is a Charlotte Met school, and Movement Charter School. And for some of you on the board, you will probably remember the presentation that was made by this group probably at least a year ago. And we hope to have them come to the state board and also speak about this program, but it's a very wonderful example of district and charter school collaboration. And then finally, the impact of facilities. So as you know, charter schools fund their own facilities, and based on a survey of our charter schools' total square footage, it is over 11 million square feet of facility. So lastly, the report always asks about best practices and innovation that we are seeing in charter schools. And so this year we really tried to highlight from the words of some of our school leaders what they were doing in their schools that made that was either best practice or that just showed and highlighted innovation in practice. There within the report you can really see much more detail, but I kind of as a summary, some of the things we saw that really were meeting the needs of students and families were things like looping, grade level looping. Many of our schools have student groups or advisories that have adult mentors. So they have all kinds of different names and programs and things that really align with the school's culture and mission. Many of our schools have extended days and Saturday academies, flexible grouping. So, for example, you might have a class with K to 1 and 2 to 3 or different things like that. Remote learning interventions, and remote scheduling. And one school, KIPP Halifax, was picked up in the national media about changing their remote schedule so that classes were actually online at night, so that parents were home to assist the children during the remote learning. For programming, charter schools are set up to have a specific mission. Each school has their own specific mission, and many of them are crafted around their idea of what they want to focus on programming wise and curriculum wise. And so we have schools that are NCA plus arts schools. We have Waldorf schools, Montessori schools, IB, language immersion. There's just really a vast range of different programming available through the charter school community, and I hope that you can take the time and read some of the specifics in the report about what our schools are offering. Now, if we look beyond academics, a lot of our schools focus on things like moral focuses or character traits that might have a monthly character trait, a monthly virtue. There's integrated grading, and what I mean by that is that not only may a student might get a reading and a math grade, but a student might also get a grade for, how well is a student showing patience or showing kindness or, whatever the focus may be in that school. Many of our high schools have community service requirements. We have Love and Logic schools. There are peer mediation groups, and some of our schools are integrating mindfulness. In addition, many of our schools are integrating social justice into the academics. There are schools with equity teams. We have responsive classrooms and peaceful schools. There is at least one school using systems of justness. And you can kind of read some more specifics about this in the report. And then 74 of our schools reported using some type of innovative discipline or restorative justice component that directly led to a decrease in suspensions. And then finally, to wrap it up, many of our schools are recognized annually for a variety of different reasons. I just pulled some of them to kind of highlight the vast range of recognition. Purple Star Charter Schools are schools that are recognized for serving our military families. And as you can see, we had 4 charter schools this year that received those awards through DPI. We had 3 schools that were recognized through the Canopy Project, which is a very interesting project focused on innovation in schools. And I believe there's maybe 8 schools in North Carolina, and 3 of them were charter schools. Union Academy was recognized as a state school of character. Brevard Academy was the first Blue Zones project approved in the entire state. And the Blue Zones project is a project that seeks to kind of raise the health and wellness of the community. Central Park School for Children is a member of Century Foundation's Bridges Collaborative, which is also a very interesting group focused on integrated schools and the intersection of school equity and school diversity and housing. Peak Academy was a 2021 model school by the International Center for Leadership and Education. And then in addition, we just have many schools that are recognized for academics, such as high, ACT scores or other testing recognitions for receiving scholarships, athletic awards. We've had national and statewide champs in robotics and archery and a number of other things. So we are very proud of our schools and excited to kind of highlight some of that in the report this year and hope it paints a picture of the diversity among our schools and what they're providing to their students and families. All right, and I made it through 61 slides, so if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Excellent
I'd
job.
just like to say that you did a beautiful job on this report, as always. It's very thorough, and I really appreciate your hard work, as I know my fellow board members do.
You're welcome.
Second that. Indeed, Ashley. Super well done. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent job. Great work getting through 61 slides.
Yeah.
Staying on time. Well done.
And that was version. That was the new version, right?
Right. Yeah, I did. Dave asked me how many slides it was going to be. I said, whoa, I start long and then I kind of try to cut some things out. So.
But I put it, I put it in the chat, and I wanted to say it publicly that I think it's a great document to hand to new members like Todd Godby today. It's so informative and gives us some history and background. It helped me, even that, as I'm still one of the newer members of the board. So thank you for the incredible amount of work.
So I will second that emotion because it was a great catch-up tool for me. Not that I'm anywhere near caught up, but it was before I started reading this report. Thank you, Ashley.
So you, Chair Quigley, you will need to vote on whether you would like the state board to receive this report, and then it will be presented to the board in May if you approve it.
Chairman Quigley, this is Dave. I can make a few comments. Again, I want to congratulate Ashley for an unbelievable job. I believe this is the best report in the 5 years that I've been here. And I want to thank Ashley and her team, Claire and Joseph, that worked on it. And I also want to thank the General Assembly for allowing us to do this report, which is doing June versus February when we used to have to do it. It just gave the team so much more time to prepare it. And I think that another tool that was used is Epicenter. It shows the need for that platform to continue to be funded, because most of this information, if we didn't get it from the state, we were able to accumulate it from our schools through Epicenter. And the closure slide that Ashley went over, it just shows you that the ultimate accountability is if the schools are not performing and we try our best to help them, if they don't, then they're going to close. And I think that we always get accused of not having accountability. This slide right there shows that charter schools definitely have utmost accountability. So, and you asked a question, Chairman Quigley, about direct certification. That is exactly when we started. We saw that slight dip in our EDF population. We're really looking forward to see the data for next year with the NC Access Grant and what effect it's going to have on our EDF population. So again, I want to just congratulate Ashley and her team for a great report. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. At this point, I'll take a motion, to approve the report and send it to the state board.
So moved, Heather.
And Heather Parley seconds.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, we'll take a voice vote.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome.
All right, Martez, like last time, you've got 9 minutes. We've shortened your time. Can you get it done in 9 minutes?
Yes, hello everyone. This is Martez Hill. I want to recognize President Jill Hamilton first and Chief Operations Officer James Mullen second. President Hamilton will give you a few highlights of our latest benchmark assessment and then just give you a brief overview of an innovative program called Lunch Buddies. And Mr. Mullins will just give you a brief overview of enrollment and operations, and I'll address 2 specific questions regarding compliance. So, Madam Chair and Mr. Mullins.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that I'm pleased to announce that we have been working on the North Carolina benchmarks program, and we had really great participation in that, and our students actually are outperforming the state, so we're very pleased to announce that. We compared our students to taking the NC check-ins to other students across the state who were taking those check-ins, and to increase our ability to compare our elementary students' performance in math. Next year, we'll use grades 3, 4, 5 math North Carolina check-ins assessments. And for example, we're pleased to say that on the Math 1 benchmark, 51% of our students outperformed statewide results of 35%. We've also hired additional highly effective math teachers, and we need to redouble our efforts and strategies to improve middle school math performance, and we're looking to reduce the class sizes of our 8th grade math as just one of our strategies. So one of our other innovative programs that we've worked on is that we have partnered with a new program called North Carolina. We've partnered with 80 counties in North Carolina to launch this new program, and the program is called North Carolina Cyber Academy Lunch Buddies. And we launched this to make sure that all NCCA students have access to food or groceries in their local communities, and we want to guarantee that students have access to nutritious meals daily. And this corresponds with the number of students in our population, our school population, who do qualify for free and reduced lunches, and that's 53% of our student body. So we're really excited. The program is just getting underway, and every county has different requirements, and we're still working on the meal distribution process, but we're really excited to start this new innovative program. And with that, I'll take some questions, or I'll turn it right over to Mr. Mullins.
Mr. Mullins, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Thank you, Charter School Advisory Board members. I just wanted to, looking at the report we sent in, the enrollment's 2,431 students, and even though we're currently in the 2021 school year, we're starting to plan for the 21-22 school year, so we've done an intent to return for our staff, and all but one of our staff members have indicated that they plan to return to North Carolina Cyber Academy for the upcoming school year. And then we started the intent return process for our current students. That started a few weeks ago, and will run through April 30th. And at this time, we have 1,490. The information is a little bit different as it changes daily from when this report was sent to the Charter School Advisory Board. We have 1,490 of our students that have indicated they would like to return, which is of the respondents, 90% of our current students have indicated they want to return to NCCA. And then we have a wait list as of this morning of 680 students. So that would put us at 2,170 between the ITRESs and the wait list. And then we have 777 students have yet to respond, but they have until the 30th of April, and at the current rate of 90%, if 90% of those 777 respond with a yes, that would give us an additional 700 students, which would put us almost at 2,900 students. And then we'll continue to build on to our wait list. We will see, we have a lottery date planned, but it looks like we may not have to have a lottery as our cap of 2,592 with the opportunity to enroll an additional 1,000 students. So we're working with principals and looking at, budget if we had 2,592 in terms of students, or if we had just over 3,000 students for the upcoming school year, or if we actually reached the 3,592. So we're working with principals on that, and just so that this board knows, since the last time we've met, we've added a beginning teacher recruitment, retention, and teacher support coordinator, someone that will work with our beginning teachers, but also help us with recruitment and retention, and just supporting teachers. We've also added a middle school exceptional children's instruction compliance coordinator, which gives us an EC coordinator at the elementary level, middle school level, and the high school level. And then with the increased enrollment at the high school, we've added an additional social worker, and we're looking at adding an assistant principal at the elementary school and an additional high school assistant principal. So those are some of the operational things that we've been doing since the last time we met with the Charter School Advisory Board. Thank you, Ms. Teal.
Thank you, and Charter School Advisory Board members, very quickly, I wanted to address question number 2, with regards to we did not submit the school improvement plan via NC STAR. So just a little context based on my request to the DPI School Improvement Office. The DPI assigned the Cyber Academy 4 NC STAR logins, one for the district level, one for elementary, one for middle, and one for high school. So I wanted my office, and I wanted each principal and their school improvement teams to really use the NC STAR plan, the NC STAR tool to plan, track, and implement changes. So my office was notified by OCS to submit the school improvement plan by March 31, 2021. So at that point, I should have clarified which plan or plans to submit via NC STAR. So the Cyber Academy elementary and middle schools had submitted their school improvement plans via NC STAR in February. However, at that point, neither the district nor the high school had submitted their improvement plans by the March deadline. Last week, I communicated with the Office of Charter Schools and DPI school improvement staff members. And so the Cyber Academy now understands which school improvement plans must be submitted and which plans are optional. The elementary, middle, and high school plans must be submitted via NC STAR, and submitting the district level plan is optional. So that is the reason why we did not submit the school improvement plans as indicated through NC STAR and Epicenter. And with regards to the second question under the finance section, was the 2020 financial audit submitted on time? If not, please explain. the local government commission granted NCCA an extension to April 30th, 2021 to complete the fiscal year 2019-20 audit. So the independent auditors are slated to present to the NCCA Board of Directors at the April 22nd Board of Directors meeting. So we worked with Acadia North Star and the Simon Career CPA group to answer questions and provide the audit information of the independent auditors. Just by way of context, Simon Career CPA served as the financial management company for my school in fiscal year 1920. We ended that contract at the end of June 2020, and we have been working with Acadia. We've been working with Acadia North Star since then, and frankly, Acadia North Star has been a jewel to work with. They are very, very knowledgeable of North Carolina charter school law, charter school finance law, and we've been working with them also to manage and maintain our access to people to our student information system, PowerSchool. So I went through that rather quickly, but if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to entertain and answer questions.
Ms. Carroll, are you anticipating that you will have the audit in by April 30th?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Rita Hare. Martez, I have a couple of technical type questions. Does Janine Seymour still serve on the board?
No, ma'am. She resigned at the January meeting, I believe.
Okay, well, I know she was in the February minutes, and her term expired in December.
Okay, I apologize. She resigned either in February or March. I'll have to go back and look specifically.
I was just wondering why she was serving beyond her term, which expired in December. Concerning your current budget, how many principals are in this budget, the one that you submitted for this meeting?
We have 3 principals, an elementary, middle, and high school principal. We have an assistant principal at the middle school level and an assistant principal at the high school level.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question. Under the contracted student services, you have instructional services in the current budget of $4,575,000. What types of services is that funding?
So that is a contract with a company called Edgenuity. So Edgenuity provides the learning management system, which is a platform similar to Canvas, for example. Edgenuity also provides the content through which we teach our children, and they provide contracted instructional teachers. We have a group of NCPA teachers. Okay.
It's a reboot. Thank you. It was one of the.
We just want to remind everyone to stay on mute, and Ashley, if you can mute folks, maybe you can help with that.
Yes, Martez, do you mind finishing that statement? I was very interested in your response.
So
the teachers you're referring to, it also funds teachers in the program?
Yes. So we have 2 sets of teachers. We hire teachers who are on contract. They actually work for Edgenuity. And we have NCCA teachers who are specifically on our staff. So primarily the Edgenuity teachers are helping us to provide more electives. For example, there are multiple career technical education electives. There are several electives at the high school level for which it wouldn't make financial sense to hire a specific NCCA teacher. Most of our NCCA teachers are teaching core courses.
Very good. thank you, I appreciate that information.
And Mr. Hill, I just also want to remind everyone that out of our contract with student services, we contract with psychologists, speech teachers, AIG services, and other EC services.
All right, other questions, comments? All right, hearing none, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. Don McCooey here, Three Rivers Academy.
All right. Good morning, Don.
Morning, sir. How are you? All right. Well, thank you all for the opportunity to talk about Three Rivers Academy. As you know, the first and only assumption in the state of North Carolina. With us today, we're going to have our PowerPoint presentation presented by Dr. Lisa Swinson. Ms. Shelley Ann Clemson will review and go over the academic data. Our board member, Ms. Wanza Montague, is online with us as well to answer any questions or any concerns you might have. Our school leader, Dr. Holland, was to join us, but she was subpoenaed to court today, and she hoped to be done by 10:30 or so, but she hasn't joined us as of yet. So with that, I'm going to leave it to Dr. Swinson to go through our PowerPoint presentation at this time. Dr. Swinson. I don't see her on at the moment. Give me one moment. Thank you. Well, not to hold up your time, I'm going to let Ms. Clemson jump ahead, and Ms. Clemson, would you give us your report with respect to our academics and what we've been doing and how we've been doing?
Yes, good morning. As was presented in our last meeting, Torchlight Academy, I'm getting a feedback. Torchlight Academy continues to partner with Three Rivers Academy in an effort to effect the needed growth. Peer coaching, shared lesson plans, shared testing, and standardized procedures continue. In the 2020-2021 academic year, iReady and Imagine Math applications were added, and these applications have diagnostic and remediation features that assist teachers in identifying students' performance growth, grade level, and also the remediation needs of each individual student. Along with the iReady and the Imagine Math programs, we also continue to use SchoolNet to create tests for exit tickets questions, end-of-standard tests, and also our school-wide bi-weekly tests. In the 2019-2020 academic year, Three Rivers Academy was well on the way to achieving the necessary academic growth. But as a result of the challenges that we experienced due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Three Rivers experienced, unfortunately, a learning loss. Currently, of the 75 students who are enrolled in the testing grades 3 to 8, 35 are new enrollments, which means that 47% of our testing grade students are new to the academic culture of Three Rivers Academy. Data that we currently have, comparing the 2019-2020 check-in data to our last check-in data that we have, revealed the effect of having such a large percentage of new students to the Three Rivers Academy School. For example, the last check-in grade for 19-2020 indicated for fourth grade an average of 57.7%, and the one that we recently did as a school had an average of 39.8%. For the sixth grade in the same subject, ELA, the 2019-2020 data indicated a percentage of 65.4, whereas our last data for the check-in was an average of 37.9. Despite the challenges that we experienced, Foresight Academy will continue to partner with Three Rivers Academy, as together we look forward to the success that we will achieve in our next NC check-ins, which we are preparing to test April 27th, 28th, and 29th, and subsequently the EOG exams, which will be in June of this year. Thank you.
Alex, may I ask a question or two?
Yeah, go ahead.
This can go to, whomever would like to answer. Firstly, have you returned your students to in-person learning? And where are your students located? In other words, where do they live? How are they getting to school? I'm concerned about them being able to return to in-person learning and subsequently be able to test later this year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I'll take that, Sherry. Yes, we have over 50% of our students are currently in-person instruction, something we had advocated early on and offered in-person instruction back as early, I think, as November. And that number steadily increased as parents felt more comfortable and as the vaccine rolled out and other things. And we've seen a great increase since coming back after the Christmas break. Most of our students are spread out, as you know, and we are providing transportation either through buses or vans and others for those students that do, and those families that do want in-person instruction.
The data that you presented, the check-ins, were those given in person or remotely or given both? Who does the state represent?
It represents a little bit of both. Ms. Clemson, do you want to speak to that at all? Because yes, it has been both.
Right. So as Mr. McCain indicated, those students who were within the building tested in the building, and those who were at home tested remotely.
What is your current student ADM at Three Rivers?
I'm sorry, I missed that question. Could you repeat that, please?
Current student ADM at Three Rivers, both in person and remote?
Total 95.
And that's which grades? Grades what through what?
That's K through 8. That's all grades. And of that 95, 48% are in person. 48 students are in person, so it's well over 50%.
What do you anticipate your ADM for next year to be? Have you started enrolling for next year?
Yes, we have, and it seems that as we do that, we get more students that either were with us before or want to join and are coming on and signing up as quickly as possible. We believe our target this year, we believe we'll achieve about 130 students enrolled. We're shooting for about 150 And we've already started our advertising, promotions, signs, flyers, mailers, all of those things are all in process right now.
I have some questions on the operational side, but I suspect that some of those will get answered in your other presentations, so I'll hold off till that one.
I was just gonna ask, do we have a principal or someone that works at Three Rivers?
Yes, Dr. Holland. Alex, she's not unable to be on the call right now. She's in court.
She's the one that was in court. Okay.
Yes, sir. Is there a question you might have of her?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask her about how things were going, what was working, what was not working.
In person?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Well, I visit, I'm there at the school a few times a week, and I can share with you that it's well organized, quiet place. It's very much a place where students enjoy coming. We have lots of outdoor areas where students can spend time outdoors and socially distant. We're in a 54,000 square foot facility, of which the main portion of that, about 20,000+ square feet, is used for students in over 900 square foot classrooms, in some cases that we have arranged. So that's been going pretty well.
This is Terry Stoops. I just had a quick question. So what delivery method did you start the school year with? Was it hybrid? Was it completely online? And were there trends that in performance that you can differentiate between the different delivery methods?
Well, we started completely online, and what we found very quickly, we needed to be a little more agile than the county, and so we wanted to encourage families, encourage students to be in person, in class. And so we quickly, as quick as we could, when circumstances and viral loads would allow, to come to in-person instruction. We found better attendance, better attention. The trends that we saw were greater participation from both students and families when and with in-person instruction. We had a challenge in our area from the very beginning with remote instruction because of the rural area and the availability of internet service or hotspots even that were challenging for parents and families. Even if they may have had a device, still the inability to connect was a challenge. So we contracted with various local internet service providers and provided services for those families. So, and then part of the challenge in the beginning was the availability of devices. There was a shortage of devices seemingly all around, and we were able to get tablets and not laptops for all of us. But that changed. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, go ahead, I'm done. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Stoops.
Yes, it does. And how many students were required, just as a quick follow-up, for you to be able to get internet access to them? About how many students did you need to provide that service for?
I'm going to say a good 20% of the students had serious challenges with internet or more. Probably around 30-35% of students, we had to actually go and provide internet service for those families.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. I don't know if there are any other questions at this time. Were there any other parts of the presentation? Dr. Swinson is joining us by phone. She has some technical difficulties with respect to getting online.
Is she available now?
I can now join if you all want me to do the presentation, or you may have heard enough information, I'm not sure.
No, Dr. Swinson, I would like for you to go on through the presentation as quickly as you can, because we kind of yes.
Okay. Well, good morning to the members of the CSAB and all others that are listening. We wanted to just give you an overview of what's been going on with Three Rivers. And so we wanted to remind you that Three Rivers was the first school to be assumed in North Carolina, and you all know that because you were a part of that process. We also wanted to just give a little background for all the new members on the advisory board, just to kind of let you know that the former school administrator it wasn't an easy transition for the Three Rivers Academy from Heritage, and so we'd just like to point that out, that there were a lot of things that weren't just easily given, and so there's been a lot of questions and just a lot of things that were hostile in that transition. In the 2018-19 school year, the school was forced to go to Powellsville, which was approximately 17 miles outside of the original location in Windsor, and that did have a major impact on student enrollment. And the state didn't really have clear policies at that time, of course, because it was the first assumption. And so there's been some confusion with the different departments at DPI about is this what should be the school number and that type of thing. And so that was a part of the confusion at the beginning of the transition. Go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Is it showing up for you guys?
Can you go back to the
It's not showing up for me. I'll just go ahead and it's already. I'm just going to go to the next slide that I see on my screen. So we do want to talk to the audit. The audit will be submitted within the next 30 days. It is in the process of being done. And there is a positive fund balance of $25,000. And the school did consistently operate in a financially sound budget during the 2018-19 year without any adverse findings. Okay, you can go to the next slide, please. As far as enrollment is concerned, the ADM is 101. The enrollment did drop to 83, which is how the school was placed on the financial cautionary status by the finance department. But as of the stated earlier, the enrollment has increased. There were some students who re-enrolled on last week, so that number of 95 is actually 98 now. The school, as I stated earlier, has now relocated to Windsor, and we're currently conducting a major student recruitment campaign to get enrollment numbers up. Next slide. So this slide here shows you the learning, kind of the learning loss that's occurred since the pandemic. And so that's been the focus that the teachers, the academic teachers have been focusing on, just making sure that there have been strategies that are being used to mitigate that loss. There is a very on-purpose relationship with the staff at Torchlight Academies, in which they have they're mentoring the staff at Three Rivers Academy so that they can be more successful with their students. And as you can see from the graph, that they're in the process of really trying to fill in those gaps, and getting the students back in the building is definitely the goal in increasing that. And on the next slide, you can see the plan. And so the goal is to increase the grade level performance in all the subject areas, reading, science, and math by 10%, and to provide students 100% access to technology throughout the curriculum. And of course, the ultimate goal is for all students to pass the EOG 100% of the time. So that is the ultimate goal of the school, but certainly this school year, the 10% increase is the goal. Thank you, and that concludes the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, board members, questions?
Yes, this is Rita Hare. Wondering if someone could describe the grade level combinations and the number of students in each of those groups, how many teachers there are in the school?
Yes, ma'am. There are a total of 6 teachers. We have a K1 combination, a 2-3 combination, a 3-4 combined grades. I think we'll be the 5th grade. And if I'm not getting this accurately, somebody welcome to correct me. I'm fine with that. Pretty.
It's a 4-5.
4-5, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And the rest, Ms. Clemson, just in case I'm not giving the accurate numbers.
Right, and then they're separate 7th and 8th. So you have all the combinations correct. K1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and separate 6, 7, 8.
And 100% of our students are certified and with teacher licenses.
This is Lynn Kroger. I have an additional question on the budget. You said that you've moved into a 50,000 square foot facility, and your enrollment stayed is about the same, and it will increase slightly next year. What is the impact of this facility then on the budget? And how will, what is the rent or the lease payment for that?
Well, fortunately, we're in the rural area, and the cost per square footage is quite considerably less than in some of the metropolitan areas. Overall, the lease payment is $9,000 a month, which is pretty much comparable to many other places, but pretty low on a cost per square footage basis. The management company, which is Global Education Resources, have been supplying all of the financials and funding to outfit the building and to make sure that the school stays solvent. So we are giving financial support to the school where needed.
Do you know approximately how much that financial support has been for this last year? How much you've paid?
Oh boy, I'm going to estimate, if we're talking about the renovation costs and some other things that took place over the summer to get where we are now, I'm going to say approximately about $150,000 to $180,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, the hair again. I'm having a difficulty, I think it's me trying to interpret the graph that was shared in the presentation on slide number 5. The learning loss, which shows 60% in February 2020. Just wondering if one of your members could elaborate, tell me what that data represents as far as actual student learning loss.
Dr. Clement, Ms. Clemens, or Dr. Smith, yes. I don't know if we lost one of them there.
No, I'm here.
Clemens, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so that graph represents an average of all the testing information that we use. So it's an average of the iStation data and the SchoolNet data that we use to determine those graphs that you see there. So as indicated in February 2020, the testing data used there show that our students had an overall average of 60%, gearing them towards the requisite growth that we were working towards. But we saw that in October and January of this year, we had a 20% loss in learning, which means that we're working towards going back to that 60% or higher, utilizing the different applications, as I mentioned before, and strategies such as iReady, Imagine Math, the SchoolNet test, and also the partnership that we now have between the faculty of Three Rivers and Torchlight Academy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Cheryl. What's your current status with the Exceptional Children's Division? There were some issues there. Have those been resolved?
Yes, that's been 100% resolved, and it was just really a misreporting or late reporting or something, but it's 100% resolved. Yes.
Mr. McLean, this is Ms. Raines again. Can you explain the status of the school lunch program now? I know there was an issue, I believe, with the county, with the way it was being, the meals were being served or whatever. Can you bring us up to speed with that? And also for the students that you have who are remote, are you able to provide lunch to those students in some manner? If you could explain that. Also, one follow-up to the question from Dr. Hare, or I think it was Ms. Kroger actually, about the lease payment. And you said that the EMO had provided a lot of funding this year. Has the school's budget been able to pay your EMO fee for the 2021 year? Just tell me if you get lost with all my questions, I'll go back over them. Thanks.
No problem. First, let me take the last one. We're committed to not just the school, but committed to that whole community in Berkeley County. We purchased the building in which the school is now housed, and that was our vision all along. So we've invested over $1 million just strictly in that facility. And so that's the new arrangement since our acquisition of the building. Yes, some of those funds come from the EMO, the school came into the EMO. So yes, they've been able to cover our fees or costs or as we have gone along. But in terms of what we have invested, far exceeds any amount that the school has paid, because as I said, we're committed to the whole process. In addition, those students, at one time with the lunch program, we were providing meals to all students where we were actually delivering those meals and able to keep our drivers employed where they would deliver those meals directly to students in the rural areas. When that was truncated by county officials because of some things we needed to correct, we were no longer able to provide those meals to those families. But we have been supplementing those families with this PEBT payments, where the management company has made direct payments to families that will be equivalent to what they would receive from the federal government. And we want to address this at some point, but at this point, the only thing we can do is to supplant those funds. Because our parents we have a large population of free and reduced lunch parents, and then we're not receiving the PEBT funds because we were not on the free and reduced lunch program officially. And a lot of that is because of some issues with the transition from Parish Collegiate to the assumption process. And so even as much as keeping the same LEA number became a problem. So we invested and continue to invest those. We made monthly payments to those families since starting in February. We made the February payment, and we plan to do that until the end of the year. All families are required to meet the same criteria that set up by the federal government in terms of minimal attendance, and we're able to leverage that to help improve our attendance, either in person or online. And so, yes, we have been supplying those families with some type of food or meal replacements. And I think there was one other, Sherry, I may have missed, but.
Thanks, John. I think you covered them all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? We're getting over time here, so when is Three Rivers up for renewal?
Well, that's a good question too. We're up on the 29th. I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper, go ahead.
No, that's no problem. Hi, this is Dr. Cooper. They're actually in the renewal process right now, and their site visit is scheduled for the fall.
Great. All right, other questions? Anything else, board members?
Dr. Cooper, can you clarify that? Are they in their first year of the 2-year renewal cycle, so they'll be, CSAB and State Board will be voting on that next year? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, so when you say the first, so next year is really October, meaning they have completed the first portion. The only reason that they're in the fall is because we ran out of space and availability in any more schools in the spring. So we're making sure that all site visits for 2022 cohort schools, which Three Rivers is a part of 2022, that they're all done before the report is actually due to the Charter School Advisory Board. Did I clarify that?
Yes, their renewal will be up next year, is that correct?
Right, it will be July 1st of 2022 that they would need to have a new charter agreement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so if there's no more questions.
Alex, this is Rita Hare.
Yes.
I just, maybe it's a request in their future reporting. In the summary, the responses they gave us for the LP and CLP school report, and they used some formative data, summative data. I just don't see anything that corresponds with the data on their slide number 5. I don't see any performances at 60%, so I find it confusing to know what the true performance is of students. Just would like to really request clarity, and that they use the same data in comparisons and show losses so that we can get a true picture of the performance and student loss or gain.
Yes, ma'am. Glad to do that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great. Thank you. We will move along to Cabarrus Charter.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's Principal Kim White on the phone for Cabarrus Charter Academy. And I'm also joined by my co-principal, Mr. Kyle Peters, as well as our esteemed board member from the North Carolina Charter Educational Foundation, Ms. Beth Compton. Thank you for inviting us to share some information with you about our school. I would like to begin, before we jump into the quantitative data that we have represented in our 6 slides, I'd like to share just a little bit of a narrative about our school since its opening. We opened K-6 as a public tuition-free charter school in the 13-14 school year. We opened fully enrolled, we opened even with a wait list. We added a grade each year until we got to the 11th grade in the 17-18 school year, and then we welcomed our first class of seniors during the 2018-2019 school year. Now, what I can share with you about our work is that we have had some challenges with maintaining stable leadership. In the 8 years, the 8 short years that we've been open, we've experimented with 3 leadership models, always going on the current model that we have in place with our co-principal. And because of that, we see the ripple effect of that lack of stability. It made it difficult for us to gain traction in terms of student achievement. So with the shift in leaders, you will note that we had high turnover in staff, and with the high turnover in staff, we found a decline in our student achievement, which my co-principal will be discussing in just a moment. So we are faced with the challenge of turning the school around. However, the first piece has been put in place with myself and Mr. Peters, and what we offer to the team is a level of stability, as well as continuity in our sound instructional program that we know will result in high student achievement. So we'll go ahead and begin with slide 2, Mr. Peters.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone, for allowing us to talk with you today. What you see before you is just an overview of what you can see on the report cards. We did back in 14-15 achieve a B, and then we have seen an ebb and flow as you move into 2018 and 19. Obviously, with the pandemic, and we were not able to get a performance grade from previous year, but like Ms. White has said, we have had a leadership change even through coming in the end of COVID and then beginning this school year. You will notice that we did achieve a C in 17-18. I think that was just due to, there was consistency for those 2 years right there from D to C, and then a change in leadership obviously ended up with resulting in 2018-19. On the graduation rates, as Ms. White had mentioned, 18-19, we did have our first graduating class. It was a very small class, only 5 graduates, and we did have 100% graduation rate that year. Last year, even through the COVID issues, we did finalize our graduation with another 100% graduation rate at the end of last school year. So we're very happy and proud about that. As we move into this year, our senior class has grown to 33 strong. So we are looking at and trying to finalize and finish out the 4th quarter. So we have had some movement. We've had some positive gains this year. We are very excited about how things are moving, even through the COVID. But this slide just kind of demonstrates and gives you a scope of what Ms. White and I have been dealing with when we came in last summer. Okay, Ms. White, you want to move to slide 3?
All right. So on slide 3, you see our demographic data from the 2018-2019 school year, as well as our student subgroup performance. An opportunity to review that. But what you'll notice in several of our areas in our students, our subgroup performance specifically, we had of students who are performing better than the county, and in some instances, better than the state rate. And we think that speaks directly to the effort of our instructional team. And so we continue to put pieces in place with our instructional team to grow those teachers so they can provide the structures for our subgroups to perform as well as they possibly can.
That's right, Ms. White. In addition, our subgroup, this data here is from 18-19, which was they finalized, but even our demographics are even changing as we speak. They now, currently this year, actually are more represent accurately our county demographics, especially with the population in the African American and Hispanic grouping. So even as our enrollment continues to rise this year, our demographics are also switching to become more county-based.
Absolutely, and we connect that to the fact that we were able to open to in-person learning as a result of the guidance of our board sooner than our county counterparts.
Absolutely.
Next slide, please.
Okay. All right, so these, when Ms. White and I came in last summer, we looked at the data that we had received from the previous years, looked at the grades, and we had determined that these were the targets that we had, our goals for proficiency. We were focusing on growth as well as proficiency, with at least 80% of our tested students will show growth on the state-administered EOG. That has been our driving force all year. We utilize these percentages as each benchmark testing opportunity arose. And you'll see on the next slide, we are making strides toward meeting those goals. And again, like Ms. White said, it purely for the efforts of our teachers and our commitment to providing that instruction, whether it be in person or virtual, we are still continuing to march along and push our kids to be successful.
And we are aware that the ideal state or the desired outcome is for 80% of our achievers or learners to be proficient as well as to show growth. But our numbers were such that we have to focus on growth first. And as you know, if you focus on growth, then proficiency follows.
Yes, direct result.
So we can move on to the next slide. What we got here is for you is some of our beginning of year, middle of year data. The data is NWEA or MAP data, unless it's indicated as cycle tests. And I'll let Mr. Peters speak to what those cycle tests are. So for ELA in grades 3 through 8, you see our beginning of year data and our middle of year data. We see a slight dip with the middle of year data, and we are okay with that because we know that's usually attributed to the fact that the standards, the learning gets more difficult, more challenging. So we see a bit of a dip, and so we do one more round of assessments, which we are in the middle of now, the spring round with the NWEA and MAP. And we are seeing that students are coming in at proficiencies right at the 58 to 60% mark. And so we're good with that for the English as well as for the math. You see a dip in the math, which trails ELA substantially, which is a national trend given the pandemic, where many schools are seeing a dip in their math data that is wider than the gap in ELA. So that, again, that middle of the year dip was not surprising, and we put pieces in place to address that, to include success time, which is embedded during our instructional day, as well as before and after school tutoring that's facilitated by a certified team member.
That's right, that's why our tutoring is offered free of charge to all students, every day. So that is definitely a push. This cycle testing is a benchmark testing that we do quarterly that CSUSA, our EMO, they actually help produce those tests, and we that way we have some consistency across our network. But we do provide those testing options for our students, and our teachers track that data for us and report out. So we utilize multiple data points to make these projections for us. So they're in green because we are in a good place, we believe, right now, especially at the high school level, meeting those goals. So we're looking forward to how the end result does for us. So that's the data as presented.
That's right. We look forward to and we've been sharing with our students and our achievers that we are so excited about their opportunity for them to demonstrate on paper coming up in May how hard they've been working this school year, because all of our data indicators point to the fact that they will meet our growth targets that we've established for them. So as I mentioned, I'm sorry, Mr. Pierce.
Oh, no, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
No, this is you. I'm sorry.
As Ms. White and I, we've mentioned a couple times that some of the challenges that we have faced this school year primarily start at the top with the new leadership. But Ms. White and I don't necessarily look at it as always a challenge. We look at it as an opportunity. We've been able to come in with our assistant principals and make some very strategic and targeted changes through culture and just being present here. So that has been a challenge. Getting all of our families and our teachers and our students on board and trusting as well. Daily attendance has been a challenge this year, especially for our remote learners. I have 55% of students 6 through 12 have chosen to remain on Plan C for the entire year. I think currently Ms. White even has from grades 3 through 5, 30% of her students have chosen to remain in Plan C fully remote. So obviously that's a challenge for everyone. We have tried to negate all of the issues tech-wise. We've been very fortunate to be able to provide devices, internet hotspots, some technology, help for all of our families to ensure that that was not a barrier for us. So just getting them to actually show up has been a challenge. And then another big issue, especially on my campus that we've had this year, was the staffing in critical areas. One of the issues being middle school math. It took us several months into the school year just to find a certified or adequate teacher to provide instruction for us. But we have been able to secure a phenomenal team who is just working day in and day out providing that core instruction for those students. So as we move forward, we're excited about the prospect of keeping them on and moving forward with our students. So those are the main challenges. You want to add anything, Ms. White?
Yeah, I'll just add that we are aware, we have awareness of the challenges and we're addressing them. I have a background in school turnaround with the state, and Mr. Pierce has a background, a long background in working with charter schools, opening them and maintaining them. And so we're here to bring our know-how to address these challenges. And that started with putting in expectations for higher learning or for high achievement with our staff, and that surrounded our instructional program or our continuous improvement model, and then the monitoring process tracking how students were doing. So those are the two big pieces that we put in place, and that's why we're able to speak specifically to our student progress today. Any questions?
This is Ms. Reeves. I just have a question regarding the leadership turnover. Since schooling has been in operation for 8 years, why is it that it hasn't been able to maintain stable leadership? And what's going to make the difference with Mr. Pierce and Kim?
So we had 3 leadership models as we tried to find a model that works best for our school. We're a K-12 school, but we exist currently on 2 campuses. And so we've been searching for a model that works. So we had a model where we had 2 principals who worked independently. We had a model where we had 1 principal who's the lead principal over 2 buildings. And now we've settled on this model of a co-principalship so that we can really drill down to the needs at specific grade bands at K2, at 3-5. Mr. Pierce and I are committed to our instructional program over time because school turnaround, as you know, the research says takes 3 to 5 years.
Do we have any other questions for the school?
Just what's the current enrollment Mr.
Our current enrollment right now is 755. Our target was 968. We did see a dip when we decided to close the school at the beginning of the year because of the COVID. We did lose some families from that. But we are currently at 755 and getting new students every day. So we are very excited about that. We're averaging 20 to 30 new students joining our school for next year weekly. So we are committed and working every button we have to get our enrollment back up.
Mr. Pierce, how many of those are in grades 9 to 12?
Currently, right now, I'm at 361, 612, so I'm right at 200, 912.
So your senior classes were gonna get much larger after this year?
This year's 33, next year, if we keep the current enrollment, we'll bump to 49. And then the next year bumps up into the 60s. But we're trying to increase that as we speak. So, yes, ma'am. Continued growth.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you speak to why your school improvement plan is not in NC Star?
We use the InduStar platform. I have to get with Mr. Lenaro because we use that platform for our plan. We're going to work out whatever the glitch is that it's not visible on the DPI side.
Yeah, we utilize that every month when we do our meetings. I don't know why it's not showing.
This is Rita Hayes. Do you also utilize the comprehensive report that was submitted, a comprehensive progress report? Do you utilize that as well?
Is it the low performing? Is that the report we're speaking of?
No, it is your comprehensive progress report dated February 10th of this year.
Mm-hmm.
It lists some expectations and goals and then assigns tasks to various individuals and then gives updates on the status. It looks as if it's not attended to, and so I wondered if you're using that. Lots of older dates and not a lot of refresh of activities or progress, so I wondered why it was submitted and if you plan to use it. It does, it's very specific in goals and action steps, so it could be very useful to you.
Okay. Yes, that's an opportunity for us, Dr. Hare. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions?
This is Terry Stoops. I noticed in the information you provided, you don't quite have one-to-one devices to students. Is that simply because there are students that choose to use their own devices and don't require them? And I guess as a corollary to that, what kind of challenges have you faced with ensuring that all students have technology, given that you have such a high percentage of your student body still in remote learning? Has there been connectivity issues, device issues that you could speak to?
Well, one of the issues that we've had this year is we had set up an order. I'm currently still waiting on almost 80 devices that were on back order that could never be filled. So we have had that challenge, but with our technology being able to work between the campuses, we've been able to piece together devices to ensure that any student that needed a device, we were able to find one that was adequate enough to fulfill the needs. As far as connectivity, I know for my campus, any student that had an issue with connectivity, they were able to contact us. We were able to secure some funding to provide hotspots for those families. So we were able to meet the needs of all of our students. Now, you had mentioned, do we have enough devices? And we would like our families to use our devices, but some have chosen, and that's kind of taken the burden off of us this year. But moving into next year, we're hoping by the time we get those devices that are still owed to us, as well as re-outfit some of the ones that we have in our store, we will be able to provide that for our families. If that answers your question, sir.
It does, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll add, Mr. Pierce, that we were right in the middle of a technology refresh when everything happened with the pandemic. because our school opened in the 13-14 school year. We were right around, putting our fiscal dollars into refreshing our technology. So we have more technology, but it doesn't manage the demands of the remote learning environment.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
All right, other questions for this group? All right, we're right on time and ready to move on to outdoor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Ms. Newsom. I'm the director here at Upward Leadership Academy. We can go to the first slide. We're going to go over the 2019-2020 academic summary. And so with this, we have a chart that actually shows our progress from 19-20 school year in comparison to the 18-19 school year. Some of the greatest success that we did have is continuously growing our students with disability in the classrooms via benchmark data, benchmark exams. And some of the greatest challenges that we've had were school-created exams to possess the same rigor that exists on our state-made exams. So on the chart, you will notice our quarter one benchmark scores are additionally higher than our quarter two benchmark scores. But what we used for quarter two was also the NC check-ins to make sure that rigor was in place. So for quarter two, 2020, in comparison to the EOG for reading grades 5 through 8, you will see that we were at 41.875% in comparison to 11.4%. For math grades 5 through 8, for quarter two benchmark, we were at 26.5% in comparison to our 18-19 scores of 3.4%. And for our North Carolina Math 1, we were at 20.7% in comparison to our EOG score at 4 for 18-19. And what we've noticed is with the 19-20 data, with reading, we had a plus 30.4, math 23.1, for 5th through 8th in math 1 and 16.72 in comparison to 18-19. We're going to our 2021 academic goals. If you go to the next slide for me, please. With our academic goals for 2020-21, we looked at where we were for the previous school year in comparison to 2018 and 19, some of the changes that we've already made. And our main academic goals that we wanted to focus on was having growth with our scholars. And so we wanted to make sure that we bridged the gap that may have existed due to the transition of learning we experienced with COVID-19. But we also want to continue to work towards the goals that we had set in place for the 19-20 school year, which was the performance score of a 54, the performance grade of a D, the growth status being exceeding growth, and then our growth index being between a +3 and a +5. So some of the things that we've been working on this year to really work towards improving our academic outcomes is, one, improve our benchmark assessments. And so we use Mastery Connect, which with Mastery Connect, we utilize the case benchmarks, and we also use state-released exams. When it comes to our instructional coaching, we use Teach Like a Champion and also Get Better Faster. We make sure that we provide coaching sessions. We do an observation 1 week, and the following week we do coaching sessions with our instructors. But we also make sure we do the observations in accordance to NESIS. For our data-driven instructional practices, we give our scholars weekly assessments. We take that data and we use that to form our small groups and to implement interventions. When it comes to the interventions in small groups, our virtual scholars, we actually have a schedule to complete this on a daily basis. And for our face-to-face scholars, we do 2 to 3 days out of the week, which is the last 20 minutes of class. When we talk about our virtual and also our face-to-face scholars, right now, 37% of our scholars have chosen to, 26% of our scholars are on campus, 65% are virtual, and 9% are currently hybrid. This will go into more of the second slide when I go over this year's current data. So for this year's data, we looked at where our how our scholars scored on every quarter when we did our benchmark, and also comparison to 18-19. But what we've done in-house was to look at the data from this year with 19-20. And so when we look at quarter 3 for our reading 5th through 8th grade, in comparison to 18-19, which we had 11.4, for quarter 3 of this year is 20.635, which is a plus of 9.235. For math grades 5 through 8, it's a plus of only 1.6. We had 3.4 in 18-19. For science grades 5 through 8, it's a slight delta of 1.31. And then for our high school EOC, we're looking at a plus of 25.5 in comparison of our 18-19 at being a 4. And so when we're looking at those data points that we currently have, we want to make sure that we include different strategies, not just for our scholars, but also for our staff. And so we are going to implement a summer learning program this year to help bridge the gaps even more. And one thing that I can say that have worked for us since we've adopted it, which is the Uncommon School model as far as the culture, which this year we've been able to focus more on the learning piece, even with our virtual and our face-to-face currently. This is the data points that I have for comparison for this school year, last school year, along with 18-19 data.
This is Terrell Turner. Your data for this school year, your benchmarks, are those check-ins?
So those are, we use the CASE benchmarks and then also the state release exams.
Ms. Mason, you said that 65% of your students are still virtual. What is your current ADU?
144. And so what we did to give a bigger picture, we started this school year where we provided our 5th through 8th grade scholars the opportunity to come on site, and our high school scholars were virtual. And so as time went by, what we noticed was with our high school scholars that they were really struggling academically, and so what we've done, we opened up high school to come in as a hybrid model. And so for our high school, we have 9th graders that come on site Tuesdays and Thursdays for a full day, and then our 10th and 11th graders come on site Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on half days.
You have a total of 144 students. How many teachers do you have?
Yes, ma'am. So for teachers, we have 10 total.
And how many of those represent a high school?
So with high school, we have our scholars, they're on NCDPS, and so they work with our virtual staff. We have 3 virtual staff that works with them. And then we also have an interventionist that works with them as well.
So you don't have any in-person instruction in high school with your staff?
We do with our interventionists. So when they come on site, they still have their lessons, their live lessons with our virtual staff. But when they come on site, they sit with our interventionists to make sure to bridge any gaps that they currently have, which we've noticed with the scholars that do come on site for our high school, that gap is being bridged. We're noticing major growth with them, and we're noticing that when it comes to their assignments, they're completing their assignments on time, and also their grades are improving as well.
Okay, virtual staff, is that Upwork staff or is that NCBS staff?
It's Upwork staff.
And how many students do you have in high school?
High school, next year, I have the number for next year. For this year, we have, right now, we're around 42 to 43 students in high school.
And how many are graduating?
This year, we do not have a graduating class, we have 11th grade, but next year, we've got 11.
So if I understand this correctly, there is no, in-person instruction for any high school class. Every student in high school, their schedule is completely in North Carolina Virtual Public School. I understand the interventionists, but.
We do, so they have live lessons with our virtual staff, the high school scholars do. So along with their NCDPS, they still meet with our virtual staff where they have live lessons. But when it comes to, when they come on site, we have 2 interventionists that sit with them when they're doing their live lessons with their virtual instructor.
What's your plan for next year for high school?
For next year, with our high school, we're actually looking at, we're still working on that because we have parents that's in the middle of what they want to do, but we're bringing all of our students back on site next year.
But are you still planning that their teachers will be virtual?
No, we're looking for our teachers to be on site with them as well.
Let's switch to some operational things. Why is your audit not in?
Yeah, so our audit is late, yes. There were certain, most definitely had our audit visit in December, and really it took time to get everything put in place. Most definitely not an excuse, and so what I've done for this current year is I've already met with our auditor and already working on things for our audit for this current year, and we have our scheduled date, on-site visit for July, so we can get our audit turned in before the due date.
When will last year's be turned in?
It should be turned in by now. Everything's been submitted to our auditor.
We, at the Office of Charter Schools, the Office of Charter Schools received and then therefore was shared with the CSAB, a letter from your realtor or that there were issues with the rent not being paid on. What's up with that?
Yeah, yes, that is correct. We're behind on our lease payments. We are current on all of our lease payments, and we do have documentation from our landlord indicating that we are current on our lease payments.
I guess.
I'm sorry, Cheryl. I was going to ask Dr. Cooper when Uproar is up for renewal. It just looks very bleak to me, this future of the school.
Good morning. This is Dr. Cooper. So Uproar is currently in the renewal process. Their original renewal visit date was March 25th. And we did their video walkthrough as part of the process. We then continued the visit on April 6th, which was last Tuesday, and completed the remainder of the requirement for the visit. During that time, the board and I, along with Ms. Newsom was there, we discussed the conditions in which the school has entered the renewal process. We had a very frank conversation, very open and transparent conversation. At the time, I answered as many questions as I could, and I feel like they asked me as many questions as they could to fully understand, the stance in which they're in right now. Do you have any follow-up questions for me?
Could you elaborate on that a little bit, Dr. Cooper?
Oh, absolutely. So we, as part of the process, we always go over the school's data. We did look into, they have data for 2017 and 18 and 2018-19. So they don't have a total of 3 years of data that has been validated by the state. So when they come before you in October, that will be what's presented. And with the deficit of a negative 51.8, we did discuss that as a, that's quite a big deficit from the comparable of being 5 points. So in that discussion, we talked about the data that they may need to collect to be able to show progress that they've made, some of which they're presenting today. And we want to make sure that it aligns with what the state would require as far as what they're collecting. We also talked about the audit not being turned in. So we're looking at really 3 areas of concern, because that's academic, and then you have the financial aspect, and then the non-compliance piece by not having the audit in. So we had a very deep conversation about that. But it seems that everyone understood, but I'm always available to the board for additional questions if they have them.
I would say, this was a school we had high hopes for. It was a different model. It was supposed to be military. That hasn't really kind of materialized. We were enthusiastic about the school. What we've seen so far really makes me wonder about the long-term success of the school. And I'm not even willing at this point to say the lack of data is enough reason to allow it to continue in its current form. I would really need to see this school get it together really quickly before I would be open to renewing the school.
Yes, we currently do understand. When we had our renewal visit, and I mentioned, at that moment, that before, when we were calculating everything, we were trying to tackle everything at once to where we just could not pinpoint or perfect one particular thing. And then when we started actually working brick by brick, as far as working on the culture at first, and now we have that sound culture, there is a lot more work that has to be done, and we do have a lot to do to prove to you guys that we are heading in that direction. I completely understand. I understand there are concerns, and that we do have to address those concerns and have to show massive improvement to even be considered.
This is Dwayne Coombs. I'm the board chair of Upward Leadership Academy, and to comment in terms of the military structure that we outlined in the beginning, that was definitely a learning curve for us. We started out that way and really adhering to that military environment. And what happened is we ended up where Upward was being seen as an alternative school. And so Ms. Newsom and her staff, as well as the board, has really put a lot of work in changing that culture to still have some aspect of that, but make it more about the academic programs in terms of why parents would want to bring their students there. And so she's worked with her staff, she's definitely developed programs, brought different folks in, learned the common school method, things of that to really improve the culture. And when we look at enrollment, just over the past year, the interest has grown in terms of parents who actually want to send their kids here. And so, I feel like a big part of our results has a lot to do with demographics in terms of the students we're serving. Not to say that's an excuse, but the culture, that we deal with on a day-to-day basis is very different. Where, I feel like in comparison of more diverse schools or our schools that have kids from various different neighborhoods have different challenges than what we have. And so, as a whole, we definitely, have our work cut out for us to make sure these kids continue to do well and strive and be great citizens in society, but it is a challenge, and it's reflective definitely in the data. But as a team, we've definitely been working towards achieving growth in various different areas.
To speak on the culture aspect, we have the school that is still implemented with the military core values. So that's still implemented with the scholars. And with us utilizing the uncommon school model, we have, especially this year, even with having virtual kids in the hybrid, we still noticed a big change when it comes to behaviors, and just not even just with the scholars, the culture with the scholars, but also culture with staff, because now we realized what we lacked previously, and that was effective coaching for our instructors, and that's why we went towards Chief Cycle Champion and Get Better Faster. We realized that having a solidified culture of the school really will help the academics. Now, this year, has by far, it's been a smoother process when it comes to, as far as like enrollment, when it comes to the culture of the school. However, there were other challenges that were faced that we are overcoming. But again, it doesn't take away the fact that we know and we do understand that there's still a whole lot more that has to be done to, again, improve for us to even be considered in the future.
All right.
Dr. Cooper, is it generally the policy that you do? Is it generally the policy that you do your site visit and then you schedule the rest of it at a different time, the interviews and all that stuff at a different time?
No, ma'am. The plan is to complete the entire visit in one day. However, after doing the video walkthrough and starting the first group, I wanted to make sure that we allowed the school more time to be better prepared. So I stopped the visit at that point and then rescheduled the visit for a later date so that we would have a more effective visit and more stakeholders to actually participate.
This is Rita Hare. I have a question for Ms. Newsome. On your website, your enrollment is for grades 5 to 8 for on-campus instruction and for grades 5-8 for virtual academy. Just to confirm, you are enrolling for high school for next year?
No, we're only accepting enrollment for grades 5 through 8.
Okay. And you still have a head of school? Your executive director, who is your head of school?
Ms. Blunt.
Okay, thank you.
So the high school will no longer exist after next year?
No, high school will still exist.
You're just not enrolled any new students?
Correct. We've noticed with not enrolling new high school students, we're able to really make that culture is intact from the students that we've had at a younger age. But as like right now, the more students that get into high school, the numbers are getting bigger and bigger. So for next year, the numbers that I just told you, what we have for high school is going to increase to 73 for next year.
What's your overall projection for ADM for next year overall?
Right now, based on surveys, we only have 9 students so far that say they're not returning. We do have 179 applications currently, and we have our enrollment goal at 222. We started our open enrollment process. We were being very aggressive when it comes to marketing, as far as social media platforms, getting our stakeholders involved, also going out to different events. Now that Aries in Charlotte is open, we're going to different events to market the school. And we're constantly having stakeholders come on site as well to tour our facility. And so with the growth that we made last year, we increased by 58, and we were able to maintain our enrollment this year. In comparison to last school year, we see that we should really be able to attain that enrollment goal that we have set for next year.
Mr. Quigley, would it be improper for us to ask for a high school plan before school starts next fall? I'm just concerned that.
No, not at all.
I'm concerned that I know there'll be 8th graders who will be moving up into the high school. They will have their first graduating class on. I don't know, even maybe an audit of the students who will be seniors next year to make sure that they've met the graduation requirements, just so we don't have a fiasco like we had a few years ago. But also it's very concerning that all the coursework right now is being taught through virtual public school, and I don't know, I just have concerns with that with the whole high school program.
Yeah, I agree as well.
So you want our high school plan?
Yeah. Who's teaching what, when, how?
All right.
What is in person, what is NC virtual, all those components.
When would you like that by?
I mean, I think we should have it by our next meeting. I mean, you should know.
All right.
And obviously, if you haven't hired a teacher, you can just note that in specific areas, but what's the kind of broader plan?
Yes, so let's concur with that, Ms. Reeves and Mr. Quigley. Hilda Purley.
And just for clarification, Ms. Cooper, what was the main reason that the kind of first part of the review was pushed back or changed? I wasn't entirely clear on that.
Oh, no problem. So the setup was just not, they were not prepared for the interviews, having their stakeholders come in and out. They needed some more time to make sure that it could be a quality visit. I was very concerned that the quality of the visit would not be there to uphold and support consistency with the renewal process.
Did they have the same amount of lead time and preparatory time as everybody else? Was there a breakdown on the Office of Chargeable side, or what was the issue? Why were they not?
No. Well, they received the information on time, just as all the other schools received their information. So I cannot account for why the quality of the visit was not there, why not prepared, but it was not as a function of our office, a reason that they did not have everything together.
Yeah, so we only had, when it came to the stakeholder portion, we had 2 parents that had signed on time, and then after some minutes went by, we were having 2 more that was getting ready to sign on, but we've already decided to push the date back, so that way more of our parents could sign on.
How many actually signed on when you did it? When you actually held the interviews, how many actually were there?
There were 2 parents signed on, and one of the parents stated that, they were kind of told that they could just sign on whenever they could. But one thing about the renewal process is extremely structured, and we start on time, we end on time. It's actually something that we say at the start of every interview, because we want to respect the time of the people who are actually participating. So to have people popping in and out is not the standard by which we have our meetings. So it was just better for the school, as well as the quality and integrity of the process, to just stop and move the date back and give them time to set things up properly. And so they did it for the second visit.
When you actually held it the second day, when you actually held it, how many parents were there?
We had, it was a total of 5 parents. I can look back into the minutes if you would like and give you exact numbers of all the stakeholders, but they had a good representation of parents online. who showed up on time and we ended on time. The same thing with their teacher group. They came in on time, we ended on time. The administrative and board group, they were well represented. Ms. Blunt did not attend as the head of school, or as the principal of the school, did not attend the last meeting. But if you want specific numbers for the number of parents that participated, I can look back in the minutes and give you that.
Well, Ms. Newsom, why would your head of school not be at your administrator interview for your renewal?
That's a conversation that I have to have. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
Did you request her to be there, Ms. Cooper?
So in our request, we let all schools know that the expectation is that school leadership is present and that as many board members as possible, including the board chair and the treasurer, must be present. So I believe that our office fully communicated that included everyone who was administratively present at the school, as well as board members of the school. Did I answer your question, Mr. Quigley?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's just concerning that, and you have to know that you're basically facing a non-renewal. And I mean, every action you should be taking in the preparation process should be laid out to ensure that it's airtight. So, I mean, I feel like this is just really, right, it's just difficult to hear, given that you already know how serious the situation is, that then things that are within your control, which are managing the schedule, making sure everything goes smoothly, I mean, that's just about, so it's just, that's something you can manage toward quite. You can't manage COVID, that's something out of your control, but you can, make sure that everybody shows up on time and things like that. So I don't know, it's just, I'm struggling in there. There was a comment in the chat box about, I believe Ms. Reeves noted that we would like to see all the 11th graders transcripts to review them for accuracy. I think that's something that the Office of Charter Schools is going to need you to submit, simply because we can't have a situation where we're graduating students who aren't ready, and we need to make sure that all those boxes have been checked, because there's seems to be a pattern of really just missteps in terms of organizational components. And
we have academic audits on all of our high school scholars, so we just recently finished those audits and parent meetings, so we can most definitely get that information to you.
Great, that'd be really helpful.
Hey, Chairman Quigley?
Yep.
This is Jamie. I've been trying to talk all morning. I finally figured out the button to get me off mute. But earlier in this conversation, the head of the school, she didn't really give answers, and I really like to know the answers. It was just more, we didn't do it. Why exactly wasn't the rent paid on time? It's just, you said that you paid it now, but are we going to have the situation again? Is it because the finances weren't in order? And the other thing, the audit, unless I missed it, it sounded like it just wasn't turned in on time. There wasn't a reason given. So if you could just answer those two questions.
Yes, so as far as the lease payments, we're waiting on 3 months of our local funding, which did set us back. But once we got that funding, we got caught up on our lease payments, and we made sure that we're in a position to where if there are payments that's behind locally, that we're still able to fulfill our obligations, which we're in that position. Like right now, we're still waiting on two payments from local, but we're able to still make the payments that we need to make, and we're current on our lease payments right now. As far as the audit, we had our audit visit in December, and so the process started late, which it caused for the audit to be turned in late. And so for a plan of action that's put in place to ensure that doesn't happen this current year, we've already started. I reached out to the auditor, asking me to go ahead and start the process now for this current year, in which we are, and we have our scheduled date for our on-site audit visit to be in July of this year.
Okay, thanks. I think there's actually legislation to help out with that local funding stuff, so hopefully that gets fixed out pretty well, but thanks for going more detail.
Okay, well, I want to challenge the local thing because CMS was a little bit late in the first month, but they haven't been late for 3 months, so what was happening that you weren't being reimbursed?
So I've sent CMS multiple emails to follow up on our payments, and at first I could not. I was getting the runaround stating that we have it, we're going to process it, the check will be in the mail next week, and then it didn't come, and so I followed up again. I went outside of where we normally send our invoices to, and it was the same thing. And then when I got an email back for an update, it was in reference to another school and not our school. And so I emailed indicating that, we're not, this particular school that you emailed us about, we're still missing our payments. The accounting company that we use can attest to that too, because I put them on an email as well, so that way we can all be on the same page and see that we're still waiting on our payments.
Yeah, this is a question for the Office of Charter Schools. Does the charter agreement require schools to actively report when they're deficient on any obligation or when they're past due by 60 days? Could someone on the Office of Charter Schools, I feel like,
Yes, Chair Quigley. This is Claire Porter from the Office of Charter Schools. Actually, under the notification section of the charter agreement, 11.5 specifically, it says the nonprofit shall notify the SBE immediately of the default on any obligation, which shall include debts that are past due by 60 days or more. So there is actually a notification requirement.
okay, so that would be another, just a component of non-compliance.
Yes, and they would obviously have to self-report that. We would have no way to check that without them self-reporting it. But that would be a non-compliant, governance non-compliant, or financial non-compliant.
All right. Other questions? I guess my question to the board members would be, do we feel that, action is necessary sooner rather than later?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Summer for sure.
Given that it's already April, I don't know what we could do that could happen in time to affect next school year and opening next school year. If we can affect it, I think we need to. If not, I honestly don't see what in the world they could do by the time we're voting on renewal to make this look any better.
If I asked that if you could give us that time, I mean, we faced challenges this school year. We have, and we're tackling it brick by brick by brick. We are, and I know we know that we have a lot of work to get done, and we're not giving up. I mean, I've had, to be honest, I've had multiple conversations with myself, because it just seems like, the more you try to get out, the more that comes on. But we're in it for the kids. We work very hard. We continue to work very hard. We've made changes when it comes to the culture of the school. Also with the academics, we've, increased our enrollment. We understand the position that we're in, and we're willing to, work even more to show you guys and the community of what it is that we can do. It's difficult, yes, but we're still in, we're still fighting.
Ms. Newsom, this is Rita Hare. Ms. Blunt, your head of school, is she a strong leader?
Yes, ma'am, she is. That's the reason why we brought her on board, because we know that we were struggling academically, and we needed to really make those changes, and so with her being on board, working on the coaching for the instructors, working on the academic piece for the kids, that's helped tremendously. Also, when we had to do virtual, that helped out a whole lot, to where we were able to build a solid virtual program for our scholars. And so, I wish that you could come to the school, because I know with COVID, but you can see the massive changes that has taken place. She was brought on board to really help turn the school around.
Mm-hmm. But did I understand correctly that she did not attend the renewal meeting?
No, ma'am. She was not present for the renewal meeting. But she is aware of where we stand academically, where we are when it comes to operations, and what we need to do to increase our performance.
Where is she now?
Thank you. Where's she today?
She's on campus.
If you wasn't able even virtually to attend this meeting?
Well, when I saw that it was my name in the board chair, and it said, that the ones that's listed can get the link, that's on me. I didn't ask her to participate because I had my name and also the board chair.
Given your issues with academics, and you not being the academic person, it probably would have been a good idea to have that.
One thing, and more broadly for the schools of renewal, this is kind of more of a operational questions related to some of the schools that are in the renewal cycle and potentially at risk. I think it'd be useful for the Office of Charter Schools to at least investigate the ESSER funds and kind of how we should handle those for schools that are non-renewed, and kind of what that whole process looks like, because schools are going to stand to get significant infusions of federal dollars, and while they should certainly have that if they're extended the opportunity to continue operating, it makes me concerned about the management of those funds for schools that are potentially going to be closed. And, this might be something to, consider with legal counsel.
Alex, I'd just like to say for the record that I'm very concerned about the viability of Upper Ward Leadership Academy as well as Three Rivers Academy. I know we didn't dive in as deeply, but they have many of the same issues. Enrollment is atrocious, etc. So I know they're both in the renewal cycle, but I think they must also be looked at on if we're considering this.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps it might be useful to have a closed session meeting at the end of the day. I'm not sure if you can arrange that with us to meet with legal counsel. And then additionally, I would like to, at a minimum, ask that Office of Charter Schools makes an unannounced visit to these schools between now and the end of the year, or really now and in the May meeting.
Okay.
In person. And report back on that visit. Is that something that we can do, Dave?
Yes, sir, we can certainly do that. And, I will get in touch with legal to make sure they're available at the end of this meeting.
And I think that, Ms. Newsom, and this may go for some other folks as well, we may ask you to come back in May. And again, these meetings are virtual, and I assume they're going to continue virtually through our final meeting of the school year in June. So, there's a possibility we give you short notice and you just make sure that you're here. And Ms. Blunt as well.
Okay. And Mr. Fleetwood, did you say unannounced or announced visits?
Unannounced.
Okay, got you. Makes sense.
Okay, any further questions for Ms. Newsom or the folks from Uproar? All right. Thank you. And at this time, it is time to break for lunch. We're going to stay on the timeline of the agenda, so we will reconvene. And in the interest of time, I'm going to ask everyone to be back at 12:55, and hopefully we can start right at 1 or even slightly earlier, just gain a couple minutes back. So see y'all back in about 40 minutes. A little bit less than, about 45 minutes. No, less than that, 30 minutes. We'll see you back. 12:55.
Lawrence, we are on lunch break until 12:55. If you can hear me, you can shut down the live stream. If not, I will text you.
Hey, Chairman Quigley,
Yes, sir.
how about those Red Sox?
Hey, rough couple days, but from the jump, but then we're looking a little bit better now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get that, Boston announcement going up again.
That might have been a one and done. We'll see. How about those Patriots Day uniforms? Have you seen those?
The yellow ones, yeah.
Yeah,
Haven't decided if I like them or not yet.
I'm down. I think they're cool. I think they're cool. I ordered a T-shirt that looks like the uniform.
Oh, yeah?
I mix it up. Yeah, gotta mix it up.
You can wear it on your last, CSAT.
All right, great. All right. So, Ashley, where are we with streaming and whatnot? We can kick it back off here.
Yeah, let me just make sure that the streaming is back up. Lawrence, if you can hear me, can you let me know if streaming is up? All right. Let me check and see if it might have never gone off. Let me check. Okay, yes, we have been up, so, whenever we are ready to reconvene, we can do that.
All right, great. So I'll assume most people are back and we're ready to go. So at this time, we'll pick up with Glow, and we're gonna hear from Ms. Laura Hunter.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm glad to be back for yet another conversation about where we are. So I'll run through the slides that I've prepared and then, of course, entertain any and all questions that you have. This first slide just shows the first 3 years of our existence as a school. We opened, just a reminder, we opened in 2016 with 100 students, and we have grown between then and now. We now offer grades 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Our overarching goal is, of course, to improve our school letter grade, but also improve, more importantly, our growth score. So what you see down at the bottom of the slide is are the goals that we have set ourselves for the 2021-2022 school year. Obviously, if we can accomplish or get a jump start on getting these goals accomplished starting this year, we are definitely ready to do so. So our goal is to exceed, to meet growth. We'd like to have a positive growth score of +1% or +1 or higher. We'd also like to improve our school proficiency, but growth is really where our sights are set at. We have historically, on the next slide, done better in reading than we have in math. Math has been an area of particular focus for the past 2 years across our campus, but we have historically, obviously done better in reading and math. We have a general readiness score of 40%, so we do serve a high needs population, and we recognize that we can do better across the board with growth in relationship to the students that walk in our door. However, we have been working really solidly for the past 2 years on refocusing how it is that we are structuring our curriculum and aligning to standards in very strategic ways in order to improve growth across all quartiles and all subgroups in our building. So this year, you want to look at the next slide. Our primary target has been for last year and this year to increase our overall growth score to greater than 1% across all grade levels that are tested and subgroups and quartiles within those subgroups. So historically speaking, we have done best with our lower 2 quartiles and not done as well with our upper 2 quartiles within each subgroup. Most particularly not done well with our white highest performing students. So we have stepped back over the past 2 years and looked at strategic ways that we can kind of restructure some of our middle school programs and schedule appropriately with our high school program in order to meet the needs both of our low performing students, but also our high performing students. This year, our school improvement goals have been to really step back and continue to establish the rigor of school-wide curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Of course, this year thrown in there with a virtual model. To really focus on shaping out our MTSS structures for academic and behavior interventions, and to focus on implementation of AVID across our middle school and our high school program in order to enhance the structures of support academically and organizationally for our students. So we've done this in a lot of different ways, and what you see in front of you is as comprehensive a list as you can get within a 6-slide presentation. But essentially, we've kind of narrowed in on kind of 3 silos, so to speak. One related to curriculum and grading, one strategic scheduling and instructional enhancement, and then, of course, looking at data. So for the past 2 years, we've stepped back and adopted a school-wide curriculum and instruction, our CIA framework instruction and assessment, and curriculum instruction and assessment, can't get it out. We focused on building standards-aligned units of study that are paced out over the course of the year with very structured syllabi, and then focused on making sure that our teachers are building lessons that are aligned to the standards, but really aligned to those other documents. We have run all of our teachers through curriculum building workshops and professional development so that they can build together standards aligned curriculum that they are implementing with aligned lesson plans in their classroom. We have been monitoring all last year and this year lesson plan development and looking to it to be standards aligned and providing coaching support to teachers in that planning process so that they can more appropriately build standards aligned lessons so that we can generate data formatively throughout the year, making sure that we are kind of on track for growth. We are meeting very regularly in PLCs. We kind of meet in 2 different ways. One, departmental. One of the things that we have learned in our growth is that some of our middle school teachers need content support. And now that we're a middle school and high school program, we vertically align our PLCs in order to provide both instructional but also content support to middle school and high school teachers. We also meet weekly in data-driven meetings for all tested subjects together so that we are very specifically looking at weekly data growth indicators. We have adopted iReady this year. It's a new program to us as a ways, our means of supporting our MTSS process, but also as a more kind of substantial way of collecting data for our students across our middle school level throughout the year. We did that this fall, honestly, as a way of kind of getting around some of the technological issues that we're having with getting Chromebooks into kids' hands, because iReady could be the diagnostic could be launched on a student-owned Chromebook as well as a school-owned Chromebook. So we've been tracking iReady diagnostic data every 2 months with our students. So we gave our first diagnostic at the beginning of October, second in the middle of December, and we just wrapped up our third in the month of March. We've been tracking growth data across that. We also utilize IXL to do skills building in reading and math, and a number of other programs that are very familiar to you, I'm sure, Common Lit, Read Theory, etc. We have launched an AIG program this year to specifically target on a separate team supports for our highest performing students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And that team is vertically aligned, so that team teaches all the kids in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And that data has proven so far that that was a wise decision on our part, and our kids are getting the stretch support that they need in order to move towards growth. We have strategically built our master schedule in order to support our high school students in their journey towards high school graduation, but also with an eye towards growth and proficiency in relationship to our tested subjects. So any student that was in a questionable place for us in terms of growth or proficiency was scheduled in a year-long course for Math 1, for English 1, for English 2, and for biology, so that they could get, and Math 3, so that they could get a year-long dose of support in those tested subjects instead of just being wedded to a semester on our block schedule. We have launched a school-wide initiative this year in particular in the land of virtual learning to really push our kids to be successful academically through engagement. And this has been married with grading. So we have shifted away from a 4-point standards-based grading scale this year and moved to adoption of a 10-point grading scale across our middle school and high school program. And this coupled with a push to pass initiative trying to support all of our students in claiming academic success across all their subjects at a time when they started out the year not necessarily on campus and have been flexing both in and off campus all year, has been successful in helping our kids to feel like they are growing as learners, as well as generating good data for us to understand where they need some extra support and help, and also are being very successful as well. So overall, what we are seeing is a lot of positive data trends that let us kind of know that we're on the right direction or right path. On the next slide, you'll see that we had a number of different ways that we're tracking kind of success this year in kind of a wonky year for student engagement and attendance and all the things. So we had an 80% or higher push to pass initiative that we had adopted, making sure that kids passed all of their classes successfully in first semester, and again in second semester we have exceeded that goal for ourselves. We had the goal to have 100% of all of our courses entirely built out, and this goal was a goal for us because we are a growing program at our middle school and high school level, and we had to step back in the middle of the year and add a couple of courses in order to strategically support our students as they move through the year. So while we thought we were going to be at 100% at the middle of the year, we had to create a few more courses in order to set some students up for success. And so we moved into a place where we're 93% on track for this, but we're going to be meeting this goal by the end of the year. We have been engaged in a lot of instructional walkthroughs and observations and coaching cycles with teachers. We have completed a number of instructional walkthroughs, over 200 in first semester. We're on track to be over that in second semester, as well as observational coaches and coaching cycles to make sure that administrators, either myself or my assistant principal or my dean of students, is in providing instructional feedback and coaching and planning support to teachers across all curriculums, but with an eye particularly on tested curriculums. Our iReady growth measures have been good. middle of the year results you got in the packet that I submitted, but between middle of the year and our most recent assessment, we've seen 8% tiered growth for reading and a 17% tiered growth in those 2 months in math. That is good. I will say that our testing cycle in March, we did NC check-in tests as well as iReady diagnostic tests and benchmark tests for our our high school students. And our kids were tested a lot and showed some testing fatigue. So we didn't see as much growth in reading in this last assessment as we did in math. We saw a lot of growth in reading at the middle of the year. So we've stepped back and used that as an opportunity to reflect and think through how we can best collect more accurate growth data from our students in the month of April. Our iReady program skills measures show a 50% increase in proficiency in targeted skills areas where we saw students needing support from either iReady diagnostics or from check-in benchmarks. We set a goal for ourselves of having at least 85% sustained daily attendance virtually and on site. For the past 2 months, we have sustained 91% daily average attendance rate for our virtual students and our on-campus students. So that has increased the level of engagement for our students on campus. I have been really searching hard to find a measure that is translatable for my faculty as well as for myself to track not only growth internally from the beginning of the year through the end of the year, but also longitudinally across multiple school years. And so this year we've rooted that in a tracking of Lexile and quantile scores from previous EOG and EOC administrations and in comparison with Lexile and quantile scores gathered from iReady diagnostics. And we're looking at that with our teachers to track student progress towards growth in reading and math across our middle school and our high school levels. And so far, what we see is about 55% of our students are exceeding the level of growth or the type of growth that they should have in a school year, which is good, especially in this year. We would like it to be better, but we continue to refine that particular data collection, but also the lens at which we're looking at it so that we can make sure that we are kind of honing instruction as we move forward. We also are looking at projected percentile measures in EVOS. All of this data is, of course, gleaned from EVOS in the hopes that we can kind of track and kind of project how we're doing in terms of growth this year. Middle of the year, we tested English 2 students at our high school level, and 96% or 97% of those students actually performed at or above the projected percentile growth level in, or projected percentile level in EVOS. So that tends to indicate that we were on the right track. They did pretty well. We have administered NC check-ins all year, starting in November for science, 8th grade science, and then we just gave reading and math NC check-ins in reading in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in Math 1. And we're still kind of getting that information is trickling in. We just literally finished up right before spring break. And so we're kind of crunching those numbers. Some score reports are actually just put in my hands just today. So ultimately, as we move forward, we have our eye to very specific individual student growth data that is we're using with our teachers to make sure that the curriculum that we've been building and implementing in our classrooms is aligning to the data that we're getting that is indicating whether or not students are responding appropriately to the instructional supports that we have in place. So on the next slide, just some areas Growth for us, we continue to build out a program. So as we build out a program, we add more testing in more areas to show accountability. We are in the midst right now of building a high school program that supports all North Carolina graduation requirements. We are building specialty programs on our campus for our high school students in order to make sure that they are best supported for success, not just at the high school level, but for success plans beyond high school. We, of course, continue to have our eye on increasing math, reading and science growth and competencies, and making sure that we grow our MTSS process to best support both our core, but also our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students who need more strategic intervention and support. Growth for students comes from growth with teachers, and so we have spent quite a bit of time over the past 2 years trying to ensure that we have the right teacher in the right place and making sure that they are supported appropriately with professional development, but also with coaching in order to help them to find success. We have taken on the challenge of trying to blend our on-campus learning and also our virtual learning for our students this year. At this point, we have about 80% of our student population is back on campus at least 2 days a week. We just actually today transitioned to 4 days a week for a large number of our students through the end of the school year, which is good. I will say that more of our high school students continue to be virtual than our middle school students, with our highest percentage of students that have come back on campus being our 6th and our 7th graders. We continue to grow our programs, which means that we're looking to developing sustainable processes for all the things related to operations, but also instructional support across our campus. And that includes trying to recruit and retain quality educators that are trained and supported on our campus and continue to build relationships with our students. This year, we have a lot of tested areas. We have 6th through 8th grade reading and math, 8th grade science. We, of course, are testing our English 2 students, our biology students, our Math 1 students, and our Math 3 students. Next year, we will add the ACT to our list as well. So we continue to grow out our program. That's the end of my slides, but I'm sure that you have a lot of questions, so I'm here to answer.
All right, board members.
Laura,
This is Terry Stoops. You said that you provided content support for your teachers. Can you describe what that is and what that process looks like?
Sure. So over the past 2 years, we have worked to ensure that all of our teachers have the content area support that they need in order to really become as content support experts as possible. And that's included purchasing textbooks and supplemental materials. Previous to last year, we have organized by grade level, which is important, most especially at our middle school level, but we have stepped back and reorganized how we plan and how we support teachers, so that we are aligning vertically, so that teachers within their own PLC can workshop and support each other with content development. And then we, of course, have helped our teachers to engage in state-level PD to access information about standards and the content driving standards, as well as the skills that are embedded in those standards as well. So rooting curriculum in anchor text, providing PLC support with other like teachers so that they can provide content development and support for each other, and providing professional development to help them grow as well.
Thank you.
Laura, could you tell me how many students are in the high school and what grades? Is that 9 to 11?
So we have 10th and 11th grade, we have 61 11th graders, and we have 55 10th graders, I believe. I need to look that up, but I'm pretty for sure that's the number. We only enroll, I should say, we only enroll 6th through 9th grade. Any natural attrition that happens after 9th grade, the spots don't get filled. Per the model that we share with the Young Women's Leadership Network schools that we are affiliated with.
You didn't have any 9th graders for this year?
I'm sorry.
You did not have any 9th graders in the 2021 school year?
In this year, we have 9th graders.
Okay, you only gave me numbers for 11 and 10.
We don't have any 11th graders this year. We only have 6th through 10th grade.
Okay, I misunderstood then.
So is it reading here to clarify, then you must have 55 ninth graders and 61 10th?
I think so, yes.
Okay. You still have your college-bound team working on their faculty?
We do. We have 2 members of our college-bound team. Julie's Hadley is our college-bound director, and Leslie Shank is our college access coordinator. They work with our students 6th through 10th grade, obviously through high school graduation as well.
And you still anticipate your first graduating class in 2023, right?
We do, and our number in 10th grade is pretty solid at this point. We will have a couple of kiddos, I think, that graduate early next year. We anticipate somewhere around 3, possibly 4. So we're on track to do that. But yes, our first official graduating class will be 2023.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Laura, what is your total AD number?
Right, our current enrollment is 335. Yes.
And you said the majority of the high school is still virtual. What do you mean by the majority?
So I think that's probably not accurately depicting. So we have more of our high school students that are virtual than our middle school students, but about 60% of our high school students have returned to on-campus learning, with more like 75% of our middle school students having returned to some form of on-campus learning. We have really worked hard, especially in this past semester. Any of our high school kids, but also our middle school kids who were not showing academic success in first semester, we have pressured pretty hard to get them to return to campus, either 2 days a week or 4 days a week through our academic probation process.
I had some questions about so in terms of the check-in, you just gave that, but did you give another benchmark that was not, the type that's given over iReady or whatnot?
So, no, we gave iReady diagnostic beginning of the year in October, middle of the year in December, and then again in March, and then we gave NC Check-In diagnostics, or NC Check-In 3, or the third one, just in March, for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade reading and math. We gave NC Check-In for science on all 3 administrations in November and in January and again in March.
So no other kind of EOG-like benchmark earlier on in the year?
So our teachers have been gave a preliminary beginning of the year kind of EOG diagnostic to just glean some initial beginning of the year data and have been using that data strategically as we have spiral review and support throughout the year. But in terms of formalized testing, we didn't. We made the decision early on not to do that just because of technological barriers early on in the year.
What's the, what do the data meetings look like? And, what's the process that you follow for that? Could you describe that for us?
Absolutely. So it's very kind of strategic, it's structured, it's driven or led by either myself or my assistant principal. We come together once a week. Every teacher reports out, has a data point that they're tracking from week to week. And in most cases, those data points are very similar, decided on together as a department. So math is very similar, reading is oftentimes very similar. Usually it's related to power standards and formative assessments that are done throughout the week to glean information in particular targeted standards. Teachers report out their percentage in relationship to the target, the growth target that they've set for themselves each week. And then the team weighs in on suggestions for modifying instruction or for modifying data collection in reaction to that. So teachers come, they already have their data created and ready to share out. It's a quick share out of here's what my goal was, here's what my data shows, here's my reflection on that, and some team weigh in on that particular data piece, and we move on. That data is collected in a spreadsheet that we add to every week in order to go back and reference over time. And that spreadsheet also houses other data from our students related to iReady, lessons and diagnostics, and ELAS data.
Okay.
Is there a lot of student turnover? Because it seems that the students that have been with you since your inception should really be making growth. Has there been student attrition? Has that been an issue?
So we have historically had somewhere around 85% retention. This past year, we've had the least amount of attrition that we've had. I would say, and I would argue that our current English 2 results, which show that our students are making growth longitudinally over time. We just are kind of data shy for the past 2 years, but we haven't had a huge amount of attrition. But I would agree with you. We have struggled with growth and are continuing to really work on that very strategically to make sure that we capture our kiddos early with a lot of interventions and supports in 6th grade and 7th grade so that we don't have as much of a growth gap moving into 8th, 9th, and 10th grade.
I guess, you've got a lot going on. There's just a lot of moves, instructional kind of leadership initiatives, it seems like looking at the data and goals process and then looking at that purple sheet. So I think I would say I guess my question is, which of these are the 2 levers that you think are going to actually result in moving students? And then I would say, what are the things that, as you're thinking about next year, because this year's data is probably going to be less kind of looked at with I imagine less scrutiny than what happens next year. I guess I would just say, what are the points of this purple sheet that are the most significant in terms of these 3 things are the things that we need to win on to move kids next year? or even to this year, and then maybe as I'm thinking about, as you're thinking about next year?
I think that the most important thing on this purple sheet is adoption of the school-wide curriculum, instruction, and assessment framework. So for us, very strategically, it has been to really solidify curriculum at all grade levels in all courses. And that has been a strong focus for us for the past 2 years, getting that in place and ready to go. And then making sure that teachers are building solid lesson plans that are aligned to the curriculum that has been established. That has been our focus, and that has been where we've put a lot of time and energy and support for teachers in solid lesson development, and then delivery of those lessons in the classroom. But also really looking strategically at our scheduling and making sure that we're using data to strategically schedule students in the right place with the right teacher at the right time. So those two pieces have gotten a lot of attention from us for the past 2 years. And then looking forward as we move on into next year and then the year after that is really having solid PLC processes and practices in place to support teachers weekly in their lesson kind of refinement and in their ability to individually track student growth and supports for students that need extra supports in order to be successful. So right now our lens has been on curriculum and the lesson planning process, and as we move forward in the years to come, supporting teachers in their ability to deliver those lessons really effectively and to track their data in relationship to that.
What is the curriculum that you're using? I guess in middle school it's an easier question because there's fewer components.
So curriculum that we have here on campus is built using the CDI process. It's built in-house. It is aligned to some anchor texts. So I can tell you that in math, we use Big Ideas Math. In ELA, we have anchor texts that are anthologies that support that curriculum, but that curriculum is built in-house with our teachers on site.
Okay.
I should say, I'm sorry, I think I said CDI, I think it's CDCI process for building curriculum. A lot of acronyms, sorry about that.
The Avid is not a curriculum, that's more of a coaching model?
So Avid in the Avid elective class, there is a curriculum associated with it, but Avid across our school is related to core practices that are incorporated into practices in terms of learning pieces, instructional practices in classrooms.
Do you all share curriculum like with the other Glow or the Young Women's Network?
So it's difficult to share a lot of curriculum pieces because they're housed in so many different states across the United States. I will say that we do share quite a bit of curriculum associated with leadership advisory, which is a core component of our program. And honestly, we found that could use some help. So we've dedicated one of our staff members to helping us to build solid, vertically aligned leadership advisory curriculum for 6th through 12th grade. But yeah, we share those components. And some of my core content teachers network with teachers across the network to share ideas and supports, but generally speaking, it's related to students' social and emotional development.
Yeah, I to get us to wrap up here, but, you know, I think that I'm asking a lot of questions. One, because with Glow being, you know, just getting the 5-year renewal and, you know, there was a lot of discussion on the state board about the 3 years of not net growth. So I think, you know, two things that as you think about those 21, 22 goals, like one is, you know, it's definitely absent. And I know this is not your plan for 21, 22, but like the school culture piece, I think will come back into play as a huge factor that regardless of the quality of the curriculum, if the culture's not there, you know, students are not gonna learn. And so I think as you think about having all the students back and how that's gonna impact, you know, the best laid plans, so to speak. And then I think the other piece is, I mean, your team needs to know that this is do or die, because the reality, you know, there was significant questioning of, you know, from state board members about the, you know, whether a continuation of the charter in any form, let alone 5 years or 3 years, should continue. So I think, you know, and I speak from personal experience, that there's nothing more motivating for a team than to say, you know, this is it. Like we need growth, or you know, all of us, including the leadership, are going to be looking for a new job, and we were going to fail on the mission that we had promised to deliver on. So I think, you know, there's so many great things, and I think some of our other board members certainly know, you know, how amazing the facility is and all the innovative stuff you're doing, and I think for that to get lost in the, you know, because we're not meeting growth would be really unfortunate. But at the end of the day, that's the primary objective. So I would just say, thinking about how you can use this as a lever that, you know, this is it. This is go time. Things have got to change, and you're facing that in the context of COVID, which, you know, coming out of COVID, there's going to be a lot of additional challenges. Obviously, there's also some additional funds and how you use that and all those things. So that would just be my comment. I don't know if any other board members would have any thoughts or reflections there.
I do, Alex. I echo what Alex said. We had really, really high hopes for this school when it was approved, and it just hasn't materialized in the way that we had hoped that it would. I'm a little concerned. You have a lot of plans, and I can tell, particularly in the area of data, you've done a lot of work. I'm a little concerned that you're trying to build the curriculum, at the same time you're not making growth yet, and that maybe looking at some curriculum that are best practices that have been tried with your population for now might be a better use of your time and your energy than trying to figure it all out by yourself when you're under the gun to produce growth. Sugar Creek went through that. We had about 5 months to get to a level of proficiency where the state had already said they were gonna close us. This was about 20 years ago, I guess. And I'm telling you, threat of death works wonders. It really, really does. We improved by 9 percentage points in a matter of months. Our staff got it. Like, we're going to be unemployed. Do you understand that concept? And it made a difference. It really did. Motivation was extremely high. I do have some concerns. It's not that I don't think these are good plans. I do think they're good plans. I just think that right now, when the critical thing for you is to make growth, that designing curriculum right now is probably not your highest level. But that's a personal opinion.
I just want to echo what Cheryl said. It places a great deal of burdens on teachers. You expect them to do so much in the classroom and deliver a curriculum, let alone devising one. And so I think that I think she's right on. I think the burden placed on teachers for having to do all of this is significant, and may be part of the reason why there's some struggling. I think aside from that, single-sex schools are critical, and I would hate to see this school fail because this is the type of model we need to see a lot more of in North Carolina, and I hate for this to be indicative of what a single-sex school is capable of. I think they're capable of so much more. I think we need a lot more of them, and I think that, we have charter schools for innovations just like this. So I think a lot is riding on your success, and personally, I have a lot of hope for your success because of what it means to the charter school community.
Well, thank you for all of that. I hear you. We have definitely message received on the Glow Academy campus. We definitely feel a strong sense of urgency and focus and drive to make this happen, and have been working for 2 years to get there. So I'm really hopeful that this year's data will definitely show progress and get us over that hump. And certainly as we move into next year, I'll just close out by saying that COVID or not, this has been an incredibly successful year on our campus culturally, and kind of productively for our faculty and staff. So while COVID has been definitely a moment of a lot of challenges, it's been really a gift to us as a school community, and I think that it's going to pull us together and make us stronger in the long run.
That's good to hear. I think that, I want to just echo Terry's comments. I think this is not a situation where you have a school that's, can't enroll students or doesn't have a stable facility, is in financial distress. So to me, Glow is a highly winnable situation because you can focus, particularly with the influx of additional funds to mitigate the challenges that COVID brings. You can, in this situation, you're not dealing with, a lot of schools that are struggling have, in addition to the academic piece, they're struggling on enrollment, they're struggling financially, and usually the facility is also a lingering drag on momentum. Those things are not in play here. So the capacity for the school leadership to just drive everything towards the academic and focus and put as much resources, you're gonna have to spend money to do it, and put the resources behind the academic program because the other things will follow and are frankly stable. So I think what I'm hearing from some of the board members is figure out how to move this and get it done. And it's a winnable situation. This is doable. And I think a lot, there's a lot to demonstrate that will be a benefit to the sector if you're successful.
Thank you.
Great. If there's no further comments, we'll move on to our next school. Anything else? All right, thank you.
All right, hi, I'm Jennifer Floyd from Bridges Academy. We're located here on State Road, up close to the mountain area. So just to give you a little bit of background information about us before we get into our previous academic year's data. We are a K-8 school. We do also have a early learning academy now that we previously opened up just this past August. So that's been an interesting new addition. I've been the principal here since December the 16th. And prior to that, our previous principal had been gone since October. So the school's definitely kind of experienced a lot of shifts in leadership and some definite changes. We renewed our charter back in 2017 and renewed it for 10 years. and have several goals that we're working towards that I'll speak to here soon. All right, so looking at our previous year's academic data, I'll definitely want to work our way back there a little bit. So going back to 2016, 2017, that was our overall school performance grade that year was actually a C. Growth was not met, but our score was a solid 60. Our math grade was a D with a score of a 47, and our reading was a C with a 67. So you'll see traditionally our math is where we have been kind of falling short. And something else I really noticed in disaggregating the data for our school is our incoming student performance readiness score. That year our score was at a 46.2, and it has since declined from the state average. So I just kind of wanted to throw that in there as some pertinent data. Going into the 2017-2018 school year, the school's overall performance score did drop to a D, and went down 8 points to a 52. Growth actually went up to a 71.5%, so the school met growth. The math grade stayed the same and actually went down a couple points to a 45 that year, and then the reading score went down as well to 61. I did note down there that the incoming student performance readiness actually dropped as well to a 29.4%. So that's just a little bit of background leading into the 2018-2019 school year. So when I looked at the data for that year, of course, the first thing that stood out was the 50. So out of the 3 years, the school had continued to decline as far as the proficiency score. The growth score increased. The school was at an 82.6% growth being met. So that part is something, definitely worth mentioning, and that part was a good thing. The math grade was a D. The performance score did continually decline there to a 40. The reading score went back up, also went back 10 more points to a 51. And then the incoming student readiness went down a little bit as well there to 25%. So that's just some data kind of leading up to what led us to the 50 and to the grade of a D there. And just to kind of throw out there, out of the 5 years that I actually disaggregated the data and looked at, I put 3 on here, but 3 out of the 5 years, Bridges actually did meet growth, just not proficiency. So is there any questions there before I move on for that?
I just have a question about the virtual high school pilot.
Yes, that's on the next page, I believe, isn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak to that, or would you like me to wait till I get there?
Yeah, if you could just, I'm kind of perplexed by that.
So, our school board had voted to, just going back and looking at the minutes that I read, had voted to expand in the high school realm. The same time they voted to kind of also start building onto the school in terms of the Early Learning Academy. And so, they agreed to add 1 year of high school each year to Bridges. But in implementing it, it was decided that they would use NC Virtual High School. And so the students...
The virtual public school?
Yeah. Yeah. So the students that enrolled, 4 out of 5 of those students were exceptional children's students. The program, just from talking to the staff that were here, it was not a program that was implemented, I don't believe, very well. Those students did not thrive. It is what I believe also contributed to some of the low scores that we received that year, because they did not pass their EOCs. I think all the... Okay.
Except one casting was straight, that was it.
Yeah.
The only casting grade we had. Well, and spring.
And my testing coordinator's in here too, so she's kind of, you're fine. She's speaking to me a little bit here as well.
Yeah, that's fine, that answers my question. You're
Yeah,
good,
that's all it's-
go on, that's fine, thank you.
Alright, yeah, there we go. So in explaining kind of, our current academic goals, and how our staff is working together to improve those, upon arriving here at the school and becoming the principal, I did put together a school improvement team. And so in January of 2021, when we got back from Christmas break, the staff met, and the first thing that our staff did was, use the FAMS rubric. And we sat down together and we had a really good conversation as to, you know, where are we as a school? And so I had all of our staff give input into that rubric. And then after we scored the rubric, our school improvement team used the IndyScar and NC indicator crosswalk to select appropriate indicators for the school improvement plan. That was based off of our FAMS scores. So we now have our school improvement plan in place and are now working on those based on the scores that our staff collaboratively scored ourselves on. So I did want to take a really, you know, whole staff approach on that. We've also started implementing our MTSS to a much higher degree. We are using a universal screener for early identification so that we can see which students really need those early targeted interventions. We do use MAP. Big fan of MAP as our universal screening tool. We really like the fact that it breaks down students' sub-skills and can really identify, you know, where students need the most help if they're not really on grade level. So we're using that as our universal screener. And that's also what's fueling our reading intervention blocks that we've implemented since the beginning of this year. So in January of this year, our MTSS team was created. And since creating it, we have begun to meet monthly. Our team members are now attending our regional MTSS meetings. Our staff has attended professional development that our MTSS team has been kind of working on with them and kind of showing them what the referral process is, and then how to begin implementing Tier 2 interventions in the classroom. That's something that I really noticed that we needed. We're also working with individual teachers when a referral is made to really assist them in creating a monitored intervention plan and making sure that we're really hitting that supplemental support group and really doing, you know, some good progress monitoring for students in need of those supplemental supports. So something that we have started to help start combating our reading scores is our reading intervention block time. So using the MAP data that I spoke of just a few minutes ago, and using the sub-skills that students are kind of falling short in, we created different reading blocks, whether it be for phonemic awareness, phonics, word decoding, fluency comprehension, whatever it is that the student, the skill that they really are the weakest in when we first progress monitored them and assessed them. We placed them in that group with our teacher input, K2, 3, 5, and then 6, 8. And then we matched those students with teachers kind of based on the teacher's individual strengths. So our teacher teams meet once a quarter with me, and then we are looking at data when our testing coordinator is redoing our MAP assessments and kind of seeing the winter one was really good for K2. We sat back down with them and moved kids up and down kind of based on the progress that they were making, as well as with our 3-5 students and our 6-8 based on their NC check-ins and the progress that they're making there on that. We are going to do the same thing for math intervention. I wanted to start with our reading intervention blocks because reading of the two subjects, it was the strength And this was not something that this school had done traditionally. So I wanted to start with the area that was the most comfortable for the teachers here. But in August, I'm going to put in a math intervention block time as well. That's going to fill in those math gaps. And of course, now that we're getting back some of the time in our schedule, if we have went back Monday through Friday and we're not having to do multiple routes on our buses, we're able to add back some time to do the math intervention as well. So those are two really big things that I'm looking forward to improving, and then also with the math implementing. And I do believe that that's going to do a lot to fill in those math gaps that our students may be experiencing. And anytime you guys have any questions, feel free, you can stop me and ask there. So, do you care to go back up? I'm sorry. I've got just a couple more things and I'll try to go a little faster. Okay, thank you. Also, since I've been here, I have been going in our classrooms and really gathering data and doing teacher walkthroughs and classroom walkthroughs, using Google Form to kind of see what the needs of our school, what they really are. So something I really noticed is that we needed some background into what are research-based strategies, what are the high-yield strategies that we should be including in our instruction, as well as how can we incorporate technology a little bit more to differentiate what we're doing. So I am currently providing professional development based on the work of Robert Marzano and his high-yield instructional strategies. We're doing those a little bit at a time to help our teachers really start kind of incorporating those good research-based strategies into their instruction. During our weekly PLC meetings, we discuss our current data. So we are doing weekly PLCs. When we discuss those, we kind of review with our data, what are we doing for explicit instruction? Is that really working? Is our core instruction healthy? If not, what can we go back and do if our students are not getting it based on the data? And so we're definitely looking at that as well, and looking at what we can do for some tiered interventions if we need them. I have also secured, which I'm really excited about, a certified 6-8 math teacher for next year. And so that has been a goal that I've had since I got here. That middle school math seems to be, kind of there, so to speak. So I've got a math teacher that we're really excited about for that, that I know will do some great things in our classroom there. I'm also with our teachers working on having them submit weekly lesson plans with them, and then reviewing those with them. And then too, part of that is a very structured lesson plan where they are describing what their essential question is, what your students, their I will, and what do you want them to do in that time frame, what your explicit instruction looks like. And, what are we doing for a formative summative assessment to make sure our students are understanding the lesson and, with the independent practice as well. Our teachers met with me in January to do their professional development plans. They completed their teacher self-assessment and they're now working towards their own professional goals as well to help them grow. I have been, since January, working on the teacher evaluation process with them also. When I got here as well, attendance was an issue with our students and scheduling. I did correct the schedule so that it included the teaching of all 4 core subjects each day with an exploratory class that allowed teachers additional planning time so I could meet with them in PLCs. So that was very helpful in implementing those. And then also really working on making sure our students are attending school and doing those attendance meetings and setting goals with parents to combat that attendance problem that I've noticed. no questions, I'll move on to our academic data trends. All right, so as far as our academic data trends, and our subgroup grade level and subjects, like I said before, something I automatically noticed was the math trend. Historically, our math grades have been significantly lower than our reading as far back as 5 years. The 18-19 math was 11 points lower. The 17-18 was 16 points lower. And then the 16-17 was 20 points lower than, so it's kind of steadily been decreasing. And then the reading has slowly decreased over the last 3 years. So the performance scores I shared with you there, I just kind of reiterated below that.
I'll just kind of jump us ahead a little bit. What do you attribute the steady decline to? What is your theory now that you've been there since December? What do you kind of attribute that to?
We have had and this is kind of something that I put into the challenges for the school, we have had a really high staff turnover. The staff turnover includes administrative turnover. With the administration portion there, the administrator that I had mentioned previously, while she was here, she was not on campus physically here, and she was working from home and had been working from home for quite some time since 2019. So I think that made it really difficult for the school and even for the teachers at times maybe due to some health issues that she had had. So I think that was quite a bit of the issue. The board had hired an instructional specialist. The first one they hired, she was here for about a year and then she quit, and then they did put somebody in her place to kind of fill the gap, and another instructional specialist, but then he quit as well. So there's not really been a whole lot of consistency in instructional leadership. Teacher accountability has also been an issue. There has not been a whole lot of consistency in expectations. I also do feel like that the school really needs a very thorough and cohesive reading curriculum and math curriculum. There's bits and pieces here and there, so that's something that I'm working on.
What's your background, Ms. Floyd?
I am middle school certified, 6'8", so I taught in middle school for 14 years. And then I have my master's in administration as well.
Okay. Were you a principal at another school before here, or where?
Before here, I was an MTSS coordinator.
At Bridges or somewhere else, right? Somewhere else?
Yes. No, not at Bridges,
yeah. Okay, looking at the check-in data from this year, do you have, it looks like 5th grade math is a real issue as well as science.
It is.
What those scores are.
And that is definitely something that I can speak to. We have had and something that I wanted to point out too with our 4th and 5th grade, our 4th grade is actually split because we only have really 9 4th graders. And so we put 4 in our 3rd grade classroom and 5 in the 5th grade classroom. Just kind of as a side note. And so that 4th and 5th grade combination, it has started the year out with a certified teacher who quit back in October, and then a long-term sub was put in there until I got here, and so up until January, and then around the end of January, the long-term sub was replaced by a certified teacher. So that class has had 3 different teachers in it. So I think that's really messed that particular grade level up.
How many students do you have total?
Right now we have 120 students.
And the numbers for next year?
Right now we have, I have wrote that down somewhere. Projected, we've got 84 who have committed to re-enroll. We've got 3 that are not re-enrolling, and we have 34 that are unconfirmed.
Okay. And, how many in the pre-K?
We have in the Early Learning Academy right now, and that's not something, so kind of going back to the way it's split up, I'm not over really the Early Learning Academy at all. I'm just over the school, so the K-8 part of it. So our pre-K, the classroom there, the 4-year-old room, has, I believe, 6 students in it right now.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Is that, pre-K program private or paid?
We accept private pay and vouchers.
I just have a question of clarification, Jennifer. In your opening statement, I thought I heard you say you were K-8. Is that correct?
The school is, yes. White Bridges School, and then the Early Learning Academy is a separate entity from the school.
Right, then you were talking about high school, so that's where my confusion lies.
Right, yeah, and that's just a contributing factor that I mentioned for the 18-19 school year. We had canceled that program because it was not successful.
Got it, so you ventured into the high school programming but decided that was not a good idea.
Right, yeah, it kind of went back to, only one student passed one EOC, and the rest of the EOCs were not passed by any of the 5 students.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
Absolutely. Do you mind if we go back just a moment to the slide before that?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Something else I did want to mention, our read to achieve proficiency did decrease some. The same school year, the 18-19 school year, it had been traditionally 95% in 2016, 2017, and 2017, and 2018, and then in 18-19 it went to 80%, so it dropped 15% there. Just as a trend that I noticed. And then our students with disability subgroup, their achievement score was a 25.5% with a 37% proficiency. And so that subgroup did have a greater than F on the school performance grade, but we do have a very high EC population that is much higher than a normal public school, and I know I kind of put that in there. So the total for that school year was 36.2% of the school population in the 18-19 school year. And then when we compared that with our sister school district, Wilkes County Schools, their average was 14.2%. So that's also something I definitely just wanted to point out. And then I think we've already talked about the high school there, the ninth grade endeavor.
All right, questions from the board?
This is Rita Hare. Thank you for that information presentation. Concerning the test scores, I'm sure you've disaggregated the data to see how the EC population performed. Do you have any of that information on hand, rather than just full grade level, but by student subgroups such as EC population?
Are you talking about by disability?
Yes, the group as a whole. Your EC, that 36% of your student body.
Yes, so when we look at our, so our students with disabilities, yeah, we're going back to the achievement score being the 25.5%. Their growth was 82.6%.
Okay. And you have an EC director?
I do. Yeah, she's actually, her name is Melissa Isaacs.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, has this school traditionally been very small?
Traditionally, has it been very small?
Yeah. I mean, has it always been this small?
I'm sorry.
If I remember correctly, the 2018-2019 school year was our highest enrollment.
Okay. Yeah, so traditionally, and like I said, I've got a couple of people here, my testing coordinator and my EC coordinator, they're both here to help answer questions. But yes, traditionally, they're saying the school has been extremely small as far as their ADM numbers. And actually, the 18-19 school year, I'm told, was our highest ADM. And according to our ABOS report, we had 174 students that year.
So that means you've lost about 50 students in a couple of years. Do you know why?
That I really can't speak to as far as why we have lost our students. The ladies that are with me may be able to. Do you want to speak to that maybe? Okay.
I'm Elizabeth Isaacs, I'm the EC coordinator here at the school. I can tell you traditionally we've had a very transient population of children. Our charter is to accommodate or supply needs for students that are not successful in other school settings. And traditionally, the middle school kids fluctuate the most. Children in K-5 will typically stay with us, and when it is time for children to go to middle school, lots of times parents will want them to go into the regular public school system so that they can establish relationships and build toward high school. So we do have a large transfer in and out population. The particular year that we were looking at, the 2018-2019 school year, we actually had 14 students that transferred out for various reasons. We had 11 eighth graders that graduated, and we had, that was the year that we had the 4 ninth graders that also transferred to other schools. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Bridget. I'm sure the Office of Charter Schools will be following up. We appreciate your time this morning, or this afternoon.
Absolutely, thank you for your time.
All right, at this point, we're going to hear from Julie Pittman on educator engagement.
Julie, are you on? I do not see her name on the list. I do not know if she's one of the phone numbers that is calling in.
She's been texting me, and she said, about 3 to 4 minutes away from being able to be on. The superintendent called her away for a meeting, so she should be on in about 3 to 4 minutes. Do you want to take a?
Yeah, let's just take a quick break.
Okay.
is Julie.
Hey, Julie, they took a 5-minute break. Should be coming back in just a few minutes, okay?
Perfect, just let me know when.
I sure will. Thank you.
Dave, I'm here whenever we're ready to go.
Okay. And Julie Pitt is on the call too, so we're ready when you're ready, Chairman Quigley.
All right, let's go ahead. Still got a lot to cover today. Julie, welcome. We're excited to hear from you today.
Thank you, I'm very excited to be here as well.
We are ready and eager to hear, so take it away.
Well, thank you all for having me today. I'm really excited to be able to speak to you about my new role with the department. And I am coming to you right now in a car as we are driving from school to school in Lexington City Schools. And the superintendent is in the car with me, as is Freeburg McKinney, and they both just threw their arms up and said hello to everyone on the call. So I thought I'd start just by introducing myself and giving a little background, and then talking about the role and what we've been doing over the last 100 days in this administration. I am a veteran of the classroom. I've been a teacher for well over 20 years. I've spent the last 18 years in Rutherford County Schools as a high school English teacher or a Central High School, and prior to that, 6 years doing higher ed teaching. For the last 18 months, I have been working as an educator engagement advisor for the organization No Kid Hungry, trying to close the hunger gap in North Carolina and reduce food insecurity through school meals and community partnerships. I was hired by the superintendent in December to be a special advisor for educator engagement, and started work on January 1st alongside her and several of our other colleagues. And this role is meant to bring teacher voice to the table, to close the communications loop, and to really just help understand what teachers' best practices are happening across all of our PSUs in North Carolina. We have spent the last several weeks working in all 8 of the educational regions, in many different districts, over 40 schools, including charter schools, and are hearing what teachers are doing, looking at what COVID response and recovery is, and just seeing how we can best build out a communications structure with teachers and the department. So I'll pause right there and see if there are any questions, and would love to just hear from you all and how we might be able to continue this partnership. I know Freeburg has spoken with you all before, and he really is our team lead on building out these what we are calling our Visits and Voices tours, where we're going to districts and schools and really just engaging with educators across the state.
Julie, can you talk briefly about the, charter school teacher focus group that we put together?
So I absolutely can. So I've had about 10 different focus groups that I have worked with across the state. One of them was a charter school teacher focus group. And we, my sole purpose in that for the beginning, for the first meeting was to engage with teachers and trying to understand how we could build a system of communication. We had several teachers on the call, including your current charter school teacher of the year, who I also spent Friday with at the state teacher of the year announcement. Who's just incredible. His story has been incredible, his passion is incredible. He's a great representative for charter school teachers, really for any teacher in our state. And we were looking at the variety of things that I'm doing in my office. So one is we have a newsletter that goes out a couple of times a month around spotlighting best practices, looking at hot topics in education for teachers, looking at how we can best meet the needs of our teachers through professional development, and then also we have a texting feature where teachers can opt into a texting data collection system where they get a text a couple of times a month. And then we're also going to be continuing to do roundtables with teachers across the state and hear how we can just better communicate with teachers. I think it's great that we have a superintendent who's really put the focus on students and how students can best actualize themselves by having a highly qualified, excellent teacher in every classroom on their educational journey. And that was her sole reason for creating this position, so that we could really bring that teacher voice to the table, and teacher voice from every school in our state.
Great, thank you. It's very exciting. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Bidley? Well, I'd just like to share how excited I am by the work that you and certainly the superintendent and Freeburg are engaging in. I think I can speak for myself, but I believe other charter leaders in saying we feel very appreciative to be included. Want that you take the time to chat with us today, and that our teachers are being included in that engagement process, and just excited to be a partner of the department and sharing what we're learning in the charter sector with all schools, and to partner with you in your objectives to accomplish that same vision of having a high quality teacher in every classroom on their journey to continuous improvement and growth and impacting student achievement. So very grateful to have you as a partner in the work.
Well, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be able to do this work, to work alongside people that I have just such high admiration for. I really enjoyed working with Dave and his team, and getting to know just the incredible work that's happening with charter schools. I feel like there's just a lot of collaboration and continued growth and partnership between charter schools and other public schools in North Carolina. I was really excited to be able to bring the charter schools to the table in this work that I've been doing with the regional directors, and how we can really forge a transformation in our state, not just in elevating education, elevating teachers, building the pipeline for human capital, but also in just how we are able to change the narrative around the profession of teaching. So just really honored again to do this work, and really thankful to have been given the opportunity to speak with you today and to work with Dave and his team, and any of you as we're traveling across the state over these 4 years and visiting as many schools and organizations as we can.
we'll let you get back to it, and thank you, Julie. I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you in the future.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to reach out to you. I know that you guys were running a little bit late, so I told Dave I'd try to be quick so I could get you on back on schedule. I'd love to hear more from you. If you have ideas for how to collaborate or things that we can do or things that I can do to help with you all, would love to hear that. I will be sending a couple of things to Dave for him to push out to you all so you can sort of have a little bit better sense of how all this looks and how you all can maybe spread this in the work that you're doing. And I look forward to talking with you soon.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
All right. Thank you, Julie, for getting us back on schedule, and we're ready for amendments.
All right, hello everyone, this is Ashley DeCaro with the Office of Charter Schools. We have 2 amendments today. The first one I'm going to present is the Movement School East Glen, and this is a fairly new school. I believe they're in their 2nd year in Mecklenburg. They are serving K through 1st grade currently. And this is a request to go above the 30% allowable ADM increase. As you know, we've heard a couple of these over the last several months. If a school wants to go over 30% of their first month's ADM from the previous year, they have to meet several requirements and they have to request that from the State Board of Education. In this case, the school's first month ADM was 180, and so their max enrollment was 234. However, their charter agreement had 285, so they can go to 285 with no approval, but they are seeking to go to 320, which puts them over that 30% threshold. It's just under 37% increase. They have met the requirements. The requirements are to have original enrollment within the 10% of its max enrollment authorized for last year, having commitments for 90% of the requested maximum growth. They have never been identified as low performing. They are not in any type of non-compliance. So you'll see here where they have kind of set out their projections and their basis for their basis for the assertion that they will meet that 90% of projection and have that demand for these increased for this increased enrollment. They are also seeking, if we look at the projection here, they are seeking to go up to 320 next year, 410, and 495. So this would be an over 30% increase request, and we have Mr. Hurley here available to answer questions as well.
Alex, this is Cheryl. I just need to say that I'm recused on this one.
Thank you, Sharon. All right, Mr. Hurley, do you have anything that you want to add to the document?
I think you might be muted.
I think you're on mute, Tim.
Let me try that again. No, just this brings us closer to our original charter goal for our 2nd year, which was 300. We dropped it down a little bit. Saw COVID coming on to be conservative, and now we've seen strong applications. So we want to try to raise it up to the 320. As I noted in my letter, that also gives us some more working capital. And so we want to invest that into things that help our kids catch up, specifically things like tutoring after school that the school would actually be paying for. So we're looking to, as we enroll more students, deploy that money directly into academic support next year.
Have you seen, I know a lot of people have seen lesser than expected enrollment numbers. Is that something that sounds like you're not seeing, or have you noticed it at your other school?
Yeah, so we started out slower this year. So in November and December, we were tracking behind where we were the previous year. But then what we've seen is, as we've gotten into February and March and now April, we're tracking ahead. So I think everyone's decision-making process got pushed later this year. But we're using the same metrics that we've used in the previous years, that have allowed us to, hit our enrollment number the last 2 years. And so we're using the same estimations, actually a little more conservative. So that's why we feel confident we can hit the 320. And we're at 295 right now.
Great. Other questions?
Is the, Alex, is the application, enrollment period still open? Have you had your lottery, Mr. Merlin?
Yes, we've had our lottery, but our application enrollment period is still open. We're still taking applications.
How many students do you have on the waiting list?
We have about 40 right now. Or 48.
All right, any other questions? All right, do we need to vote on these individually, Ashley?
I would suggest that, yes.
Okay, so, do I have a motion from someone on this?
Mr. Chair, the product moves that we approve the additional enrollment at 30% for Movement Eastern School.
This is Lynn Kroger. I second that motion.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll ask for a roll call vote.
All right. Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Joel Ford, Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare,
Aye.
Lynn Kroger,
Aye.
Hilda Perlay,
Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Sheriff recused.
oh, sorry, Heather McCannon,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
and Todd Dopey.
Aye.
All right, it passes. Mr. Hurley, this will go to state board next month, and you will have a final decision either next month or in June, probably in June.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, we have another amendment. So this amendment is also an enrollment amendment. However, this is a decrease. So this is a request from one of our current planning year charter schools. CE Academy is planning to open in Wake County in the fall. This is a Chinese immersion charter school, and they originally projected, well, first of all, they're also in a delayed, they have been in a delayed year. So they had projected to open this, which would be year 2 of the charter, K through 4, with 400 students. The enrollment that they are currently seeing is not anywhere near 400, and they are requesting a decrease, which you can see here, to 200 students, and then they would increase each year by 100. And they're also requesting a change in grade levels, so that rather than starting with K through 4, they would now start K through 2. They've outlined up here a few reasons, including facility concerns, faculty concerns, including the recruitment of bilingual teachers. And so I've asked the board chair, Ms. Haley Chu, to come today. she's on the call, and she can hopefully also give us a, up to date, as of today, what kind of enrollment they are looking at, and also probably a facility update would be important, and then we can further discuss this amendment. Ms. Chu, are you available? I saw her on here earlier, let's see.
She's there, must
I
be
believe she's muted.
Okay, she's unmuted now. Let's see. Ms. Chu, can you hear us? Alright. Let me see if I can reach her in the chat.
In the meantime, let me ask a question. This is a school that has not yet opened, correctly? It's currently and ready to open.
Yes, and they are scheduled to come in next month as well, because as you know, in May we do our kind of in-depth RTO presentation, and any school that is not meeting enrollment targets would come before you as well, and this school would be in that vote. So they would need to appear next month as well, regardless of this amendment, but because this was, important for us to hear now, they're here this month as well.
Ashley, if they're gonna be required to visit us next month, I really don't feel comfortable making a decision on an amendment this month.
We could certainly make that, especially since it's a decrease, we could make it next month. I was hoping she would be able to give you an update on the facility and the current enrollment. As there are definitely some concerns there.
She is back on the call.
Go ahead.
She's back on the call.
Oh, she is, okay. Ms. Chu, can you speak to enrollment into your current facility situation?
You're still muted.
I'm not even seeing her. I see her, but I don't, and it looks like she's unmuted. Oh, yeah, but I'm not hearing her.
Ashley, can you unmute her?
Yeah, I have tried that. I think there's something, or it's gotta be on her end with the technology.
I just think, given the technical difficulties here, and we're not able to hear.
Actually, this is Claire Porter. Chair Quigley, if permitted, I can at least address what Ms. Chu has sent to me versus vis-a-vis.
Yeah, that'd be great.
CO, I see her there. I can tell you that they have 3 possible parcels of property, and she did send to me a certificate of occupancy permanent for an educational facility in Cary at 222 Tower View Court. There are 3 possible parcels of land again, and so that's one thing that I've received from Ms. Chip.
When you say there are 3 parcels of land, but they have it at CO, one of them has a building or something on it?
Yeah, what I'm looking at is, it's a certificate of occupancy permanent. It's for 101 Preston Executive Drive, and I believe it was used previously, it must have been used previously as a school in Cary, and it's got a permanent, so I'm assuming that means no additional structures or alterations since that CO was issued. And it looks like that was issued back in 2011.
Does it say about how large the space is?
I'm looking for that right now, Ms. Turner. It does not. But that is one of the things on April 16th that we'll be asking all schools to update CSAB regarding their second enrollment report and their facility search on Friday. Those reports are due to us for the RTO process.
I kind of feel like we've got this RTO thing coming up in a month. I'm not sure I would be comfortable sending a recommendation to the state board and then next month find out something that contradicts the recommendation.
That works. We can definitely table this for next month.
Actually, just as first friend, when did this school appear before us for their final interview where we granted approval? I'm trying to find those minutes because I'd like to read back and remember the comments that were made during that approval process.
That would have been, I believe, during the either the 2017 or the 2018 cycle. Because they were, well, probably the 2018 cycle. And I can try to go look back at those, try to pull those minutes from the application files.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to have this in front of us.
Okay.
The board, this is Rita here, the board chair signed the application on September 2018. So I assume they were approved in the 2018-19 CSAB school year?
Yes, they were approved June 2019.
And did you say a 1-year delay or a 2-year delay and then COVID changed their plans?
A 1-year delay, so they're currently in a delay. They have been scheduled to open last fall, or I guess this school year. And now they're scheduled to open next school year.
This is Lynn Kroger, and yes, I tend to agree with Ms. Turner because looking at the March enrollment report, they only have 53, and not even sure what grades those are in. So I think it'd be very helpful to have the updated enrollment information next month.
Okay.
And would that also include an updated budget for the impact of 50% of the number of students?
Yes, they, that budget was submitted with the materials. It should be posted on eBoard. That budget was for 200 students. We also request a break-even budget during the RTO process. And the break-even number, I believe, was 197, which is usually the number that is deemed the minimum they can have to be financially, viable. So as you can see, it's a very tight number. 200 is the projection and 197 was the break even.
Yeah, that's real close.
Alice, I'd like to make a motion that we table this amendment until next month.
All right,
Polly likes to second that.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion.
It's just a question for clarity. This is part of the ready to open process, is that correct? And so we accept adjustments to the enrollment projections since we have had discussions about not having schools make changes that are this far reaching, budget and hiring and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Ashley.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, most of the changes, like major changes, yes, we usually don't like these during the ready to open phase. And enrollment increases, certainly those are very rarely approved, because this is a decrease. Sometimes these are more easily approved, but in general, we would hope that the schools would not have to make these type of changes.
Okay.
I think also, the ready to open process is this back and forth, but I want to stress that this charter has not been finalized, and we are not obligated to send it forward to the state board, and we should be very disciplined, as we should be with those applications, in considering what is truly ready to open. Once a school, and I know all of you know this, but I'll just continue to be vigilant. Once a school opens, it's exceedingly difficult to close it, and the best accountability point and way for us to ensure high quality is at the outset in the authorization process. And this is part of the authorization process, so I'll just share that. So, any further discussion?
I guess just to follow up on what I was saying, so previous board members before I was on the board approved the school, so they've examined the budget, the plan, the operations and everything, and it got the thumbs up. So with this adjustment, those of us who are newer to the board are giving a thumbs up without really examining any of this, have to rely on your recommendation that the budget and operations and other things are good. Otherwise, we would go and re-examine all the newly submitted documents, correct?
Well, yeah, we need to, it's a good point, Rita. I mean, yeah, we're trusting the previous board's analysis of the application, but once they submit that new budget, that's the budget that's in play. I also just think that a school's capacity to successfully manage the ready to open process is an indicator of their capacity to effectively run a school as well.
All right, thank you.
This is Terry Stoops.
This is Bruce. Go ahead, Terry.
Bruce.
No, Rita, just piggybacking your point, that's why I'm really interested in looking at the minutes and the conversation that the board had in review of the school the first time, because, they've had a delay, now they're asking for decreased enrollment. It just sounds like, to me, again, I'm really interested in looking back to the minutes of that meeting, but it sounds like we're almost now moving forward a school that maybe looks very different than the one that the board voted on back in 2018.
And I want to make sure that if we vote to table consideration of this amendment, that it won't jeopardize their opening. Is there any timing issues that we need to be concerned about as far as moving it to next month?
There aren't any timing issues, because of the fact that they will get final approval from you all. You will hear from the RTO schools and get RTO updates from May, June, and into July if needed, and then July is when state board will make its final decision. So we could vote on it next month, and then it would just go with, this amendment would kind of go with the normal RTO recommendations to state board, so it will work out, but we would not be able to put it off any farther.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we do have a amendment on or a motion that has been moved and seconded, so we'll go ahead and call for a vote at this time.
Terry Stoops.
Aye.
Bruce Friend.
Aye.
Rita Hare.
Aye.
Lynn Kroger.
Aye.
Hilda Perlin.
Aye.
Sherry Reeves.
Aye.
Cheryl Turner.
Aye.
Heather Van Cannon.
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
And Todd Godby.
Aye.
All right, Kelly, I don't know if you can hear me, but I will be in touch, and we will, the board will hear from this school next month as well. So that is those are our amendments for this month. However, we do have another amendment that we will need to hear next week. This is the Wake Preparatory Academy relocation. I believe we've probably discussed this, but because they are relocating, or they are requesting to relocate to a different LEA, it requires state board approval. And we have requested an LEA impact statement from the county, which is Franklin County. They do plan on submitting an LEA statement, and they needed this week to finalize that and to have a board meeting. So that will be sent to our office this week. We will obviously forward that to you. And then we plan on scheduling a special call meeting next week. It will probably be between Tuesday or Thursday. So if there's any days that do not work for the board, please let us know.
Sounds good.
All right.
Great.
All right, Melanie, do you just want to talk about the charter application revisions?
Yes, actually, thank you. Melanie Riley with the Office of Charter Schools. So I'll just provide you an update of the plan.
Hi. I don't know if others are experiencing this, Melanie. I'm hearing you coming kind of quiet.
Hey.
Is anyone else having that?
Let me lean in.
I am.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Is that any better?
A little bit better, yeah. You're gonna have to yell.
Okay. All right. So this is Melanie Riley with the Office of Charter Schools, providing the 2021 charter application revisions update. There are not really many significant changes to the application from the previous year, 2020 school year. The major change for the application process is the questioning around single-sex schools. So we have added that into the application. Again, keeping in mind that Evolution is the online vendor, so the application will be fully online. Single-sex questionnaire has really been the change. So we will capture all that information for any petitioners that propose to offer school for just one gender. So there's about 3 questions for that. That's the major significant update. The other updates are just more so a formatting and clarification revisions, so that we clarified questions for the legislative purposes, so that the applicant and the web user would be able to select which legislative purposes they are meeting with their application, and then provide a brief narrative. And so this is a change from years past where schools just provided us with a narrative. Now we will force them to select those legislative purposes that are being addressed. So that's another change. The other change, we've included the definition of third-party help assistance as it relates to those who receive any help from consultants or charter support organizations. So we've included the definition of a charter support organization that will be hyperlinked in our application platform, so that we better capture who received assistance in their application process. And again, we just cleaned up some verbiage, and that's essentially all that we have. The application will open May 28th, closing out on July 30th. So if there's any questions, just please let me know.
Any questions for Melanie today?
We will need you to vote on this, Chairman Quigley, so we can take it to state board in May.
All right. Any questions? If not, I'll take a motion.
Should I make a motion?
Go for it.
I make a motion that we approve the changes to the upcoming application for the 21-22 application cycle.
Rita Hare, second.
All right, great. Properly moved and second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have a question. Melanie, did you say that the application round begins May 28th and ends July 30th as opposed to July 31st?
I did, yes, that's correct. One moment, let's see. I wanna make sure that we have all those dates for you.
Thank you.
Yes, one moment.
It's the last Friday in July, which would be the 30th, right, Melanie?
It is, it's the 30th, right, so.
All righty, thank you. I'm making my notes.
Okay.
Melody, will you make a presentation to the state boards about these changes?
I haven't.
No, I will be doing that.
Okay, Dave, thanks.
All right, hearing none, we'll ask for a vote. Roll call.
All right, Terry Stoops,
Aye.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Rita Hare. Aye. Lynn Kruger. Aye. Hilda Parlay, sorry.
Aye, thank you. Aye.
Sherry Reeves,
Aye.
Cheryl Turner,
Aye.
Heather Van Hammond,
Aye.
Alex Quigley,
Aye.
and Todd Duffy.
Aye.
Alright.
All right. Up next.
Okay, I believe it's my turn now, Ashley.
Yes.
Yeah. This is Dr. Cooper with the Office of Charter Schools, reporting on the renewal revision process. So our team, we've established weekly meetings throughout the remainder of this process, as well as weekly updates for our director, Mr. Machado. We have established an initial list of components that will be covered, although we do understand this list may change as we get input from upper leadership. Such as deliverables and video representation, things like that. We've also established a base timeline for completion of the project, as well as a timeline of the actual renewal process. And at this point, we're filling in the details of what actually happens real time during that process. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Dr. Cooper, will we get a chance to see what it's all gonna actually look like once you get finalized?
Absolutely. Our office will present this to you. So we're currently just in the process of making sure that we have everything in place and that we're collaborating with leadership along the way.
And if I can add, Ms. Turner, we will be giving you an update. We'll be giving Charter School Advisory Board an update at every meeting, and we will be giving the leadership an update at every leadership call on the Thursdays. So we don't intend to give you a final product. We intend to have you participate in the process. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
No, sounds good.
All right. Thank you all.
All right. What are we looking at next?
NC Access update.
All right.
Good afternoon, board members. This is Jay Whalen, Program Administrator with the Access Program. Just had a couple updates to share with you this month. Next month, we'll be a lot more busy with some of our stuff. We're working through sub-grant application reviews with our external evaluators right now. So we'll be planning to bring recommendations to the board at the May meeting. So we'll have that to you for next meeting for discussion and voting. And with that, we're continuing all of our professional development work, so our fellowship continues to meet monthly. We've had some really great sessions, particularly over the last few months. And our next session is coming up next Thursday, the 22nd. We're continuing to offer professional development opportunities that are open to all charter schools. And we've had a great reception to those. We've posted 16 so far this spring and have a final 8 planned for the rest of this year before we start to look towards the fall to offer some additional leadership opportunities for schools. And a big thing we're working on right now is preparing for our federal monitoring visit. So typically grantees are monitoring their 3rd year, which is this year for us, so it's not surprising. But our monitoring visit by WestEd will take place the 3rd week in May, so we're doing a lot of document collection and working to set up that process for our visit in May. So May will be a big month. We'll be bringing recommendations to this board, and then we have our monitoring visit later in the month. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Sounds good. Any questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Whale. At this time, I believe, Dave, you sent your updates. Is there anything that you want to touch on really quickly?
No, unless anybody has some questions of the updates that I forwarded you. One thing I do want to bring to your attention is that at the last state board meeting, teacher effectiveness discussed the language in the legislation that did not allow charter school teachers to participate in the residency program, and with a state board led policy change that they discussed and we'll vote on next month, will allow our charter school teachers to participate in the residency license, which has taken the place of what we used to call lateral entry. So that was a lot of work by a lot of people to get that accomplished, and we appreciate all the work. But everything else is pretty self-explanatory in what I sent. Just want to give my team a great shout out for all the work they did preparing for today's meeting.
Always. All right. I think we have one other item of business. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we move into closed session to confer with our attorneys.
Okay, it's,
I second that. Tell the colleagues.
okay, great. And we are gonna go into closed session just for the public members on this call. We will simply come out of closed session and vote to close the meeting. There'll be no other further business at the meeting. Did I get that correct, team?
Well, how do we go into closed session? Do we get a different link, or what happens?
We can stay on here. I will need to make sure that live streaming is cut off, and then everyone else, if there's anybody that I'm not clear on being a board member, I will confirm that and make sure that they are no longer on the meeting, and then we can continue. So I would say we need a 5-minute break so I can do all that.
5-minute break. There we go.
Okay, we voted on it yet to go into closed session.
Oh, yes. Robert's rules. Hilda has got me again. I'm gonna make it through a meeting without you getting me one time. All right.
Not a problem. We're a team, remember?
That's right. Okay. So, any further discussion on the motion? All right. We'll do a voice vote for this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And again, public members, we will just return to close the meeting.
All right, Lawrence, if you can hear me, we are done for the day, so we can shut down live streaming. I will also text you. I have a login Mac OS 10, and I'm not sure if that is a board member. Can you hear me, whoever is Mac OS 10?
I think that was Mr. McLean.
He is not for this morning's session.
Okay, I am going to, oh no, he's still on. I'm gonna expel him.